does this usually take?
She'll bring an immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground, and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development, and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's the computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here today. Happy Thursday Birds Day, in fact. I'm glad you're here. We're going to have a fun stream. We're going to be talking yet more about Netflix's The Dinosaurs, since we didn't really have much time to do that yesterday. More important things to discuss, or more pressing things, I don't know. It's a live broadcast. You never know what's going to happen. You never know when a carnivorous mammal is going to leap up onto the desk and steal the show. We're going to have a good stream today. If you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about, well, a lot of dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs happen to be what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the field season. And, yeah, even though paleontology is a study of fossils in general, the preserved remains of ancient life, everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs and everything in between. I happen to work on dinosaurs. So, a lot of dinosaur stuff on this channel. Huh, Sweetie Pie? What are you looking at? Anywho, I'm glad you're here, and let me know if you've got any questions. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and give you an inside perspective into what fossil science is all about. Why we do it, why it's important, how it works. I'm here to share that with you to the best of my ability. Whether we're going over new scientific papers, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing plain old Q&A, or going out into the field and excavating fossils live on camera like I do during the summers. We'll be doing a lot of that this year, and I'm very excited about it. No matter what we're doing, the whole point is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology really works. You know? I'm glad you're here. What are you looking at, Sweetie Pie? What are you doing? Demanding today. This is one of my landlords, chat. If you're new, Ms. Sweetie Pie. What are you doing, sweetie? Huh? Let's see who's here in the chat. Scrolling up to the top, I think Kodali and Matt M33 and Fall Machine. How are you all doing? It's good to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Bunch. How are you doing, Lenina? I hope you're having an excellent day, Lenina. It's good to see you. Excuse me, I'm still getting over this cold. Still have some residual symptoms. Hopefully I'll be all better by tomorrow morning. Woke up feeling pretty good this morning, so yeah, I can't complain about that. But yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie, pushing the camera around. Max Devlin and Go for Fluffernut, Reality Ripple and Niffler, Hogan and Disco Fountain, Frozen Yak and Squiggles de Gabo, Stadler and Waldorf and Rough Run, Luna Sear. How is everybody? Chaotic Time Traveler, hello. Alex Vixen, what's shaking? Lilla Spartan and Trick Tracks, Sloppy Salamander, hello Salamander, welcome. The Doc Dabs, how are you doing, the Doc? Don't recognize that name. It might be your first time. Welcome. Ace Kuchin 1528. Lordy, hello, with those Sweetie Pie emotes. Joshua Colossus, what's shaking? Crimson Carnotaurus, hope you're having a good day. Davy Jones says, wow, cats were big in those days? There were no cats during the time of the dinosaurs, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know why our alert isn't firing properly. I think it's because Sweetie Pie is in the way. You're blocking the transmission, Sweetie Pie. My goodness. Any more, and, I'm just kidding. We're all good. You're not that large, sweetie. No. I'm lucky to live in a place where we've got pretty decent internet. Very, very, very rarely do we have trouble with it. So, yeah. Shout out to our ISP. Sonic is actually really decent. How rare is that, to have an ISP that you actually like and you can recommend to people in the US? That's nuts. Anyway, yeah. And you're loving it so. Oh, nice, Petrodactylus. Awesome. How I disappear says I thought a cat got a cable. It does happen sometimes. Well, we joke that happens, but very rarely does that actually happen, huh? Yeah. Anyhow. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? All right. We gotta pay the landlord here. Okay. Kind of pay up, huh? All right. Oh, yeah. He's like, I want some of that. Loves the new treats. Look at those. Wow. Good stuff? What are you thinking? Is this to your satisfaction? Looks like it. Rushwing says, cough up or the stream gets it. Sweetie Pie. Yes, exactly. Yeah. She does say that, doesn't she? It's a bit of a protection racket around here. Anyhow, we are going to have a fun stream. We've got Thursday Birds Day later on, so I hope you've got your bird photos in the Discord for that. And, well, yeah. We've got some camera work being done by Sweetie Pie here. Pushing the camera arm around. She loves doing that. It's like your favorite thing, Sweetie Pie. Huh. Huh. And thank you, Demas Norum. Good to have you back. Hello, hello. I think if somebody said cough up to a cat, they would assume you mean a hairball. Yeah. It might be a fair assumption there. Presumption. What are you doing, sweetie? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you looking at? We do have a brand new addition to the office today, something that just appeared in the mail. Let me show you. I was excited about this. One of these staples of offices of paleontologists, especially people who work on dinosaurs. A staple of the comparative anatomy classroom. What could it be? Oh, what's this, Sweetie Pie? Well, well, well. It's an alligator skull. A genuine alligator skull. What do you think? Oh, she's like, uh-oh, predator, better leave. Yeah, I got a pretty good deal on this. Off of eBay, actually. But this is a genuine alligator skull. Alligator mississippiensis is the genus and species. And it's kind of a little too bright for the lights that I have here in the office. But check that out. I'm impressed with how heavy it is. I'm not used to that, you know? The skulls of most critters are more lightweight, but this is a semi-aquatic animal. The whole point is to be neutrally buoyant in the water. Essentially like the same density as water, which is fairly dense. And so, yeah, it's hefty, for sure. And Trick Checks, this is, yeah, it is authentic. This is not a 3D print, this is the actual deal. Again, I got a really good price for it on eBay. It was like a special offer kind of a deal. And, yeah, alligators are... There's something of a model organism in dinosaur paleontology. Given that crocodilians, like our modern alligator, are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. Crocs are over here. The closest living relatives of Mesozoic dinosaurs are, of course, the crocs, who are like cousins to the dinosaurs, and the birds, who are dinosaurs. They are descended from dinosaurs. Birds are part of Dinosauria. It's going to be a big theme on today's broadcast. Thursday, Birds Day. But, yeah, if there's something that we want to know about dinosaurs, something that's difficult to decipher from the fossil record, a way to organize our thoughts about that, a way to get in the right headspace, is to look at what's known about crocs and birds. Does that make sense? We call this the EPB. It's like a conceptual framework, the extant phylogenetic bracket. And you don't just have to do it for dinosaurs. You could do it for, I don't know, if you're trying to figure out what a saber-toothed cat would look like in life, You would find its closest living relatives, the things that bracket it on the family tree. See what's true of them, and then you can start to make maybe testable hypotheses about Smilodon based on that. Does that make sense? This is a common tool that we have in paleontology. And it's this kind of idea that makes things like this very useful. So this is great that I have this in my office now. I can study this. I'm excited to sketch it and figure out where all these different sutures are between the different bones and just kind of learn this front and back. It's going to be an excellent thing to study. I'm excited about it, you know? So again, just showed up today in the mail. It is Anzimol skull, isn't it? Yeah. A crocodile skull to go along. Well, that's the thing, Petrodactylus, is that crocodile skulls tend to be a lot more expensive because crocodiles are not common animals here in the States. This is direct from Florida. It's, I don't know, alligators are pretty common in Florida. There's something like 1 alligator for every 8 people or something like that. What is the, let's look it up real quick. There was a time in like I want to say the middle 20th century when alligators were becoming less and less common. And it was kind of a crisis. Like their habitat was being destroyed, they were being overhunted, just really badly persecuted. And well, just a little bit of protection. And they're thriving now. They're all over the place. Yeah, American alligator, Alligator mississippiensis. From the 19th to the mid-20th century, alligators were being hunted and poached by humans unsustainably. Historically, hunting and habitat loss had severely affected American alligator populations throughout the range, and whether the species would even survive was in doubt. In 1967, the American alligator was listed as an endangered species under a law that was the precursor to the Endangered Species Act of '73. Okay. And since it was believed to be in danger of extinction throughout all or significant portion of its range. So people stepped in to protect these critters, keep them from being overhunted. But nowadays they are, what's their current population status? I mean, they are all over the place. They're even farmed in places. In fact, our alligator skull here most likely comes from a captive alligator. Maybe from a farm, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to be using it for good. But they're pretty common nowadays. Any Floridian will tell you. And Petrodactylus' gators can be leucistic? Absolutely, yeah. We had a leucistic alligator who passed away recently right here in San Francisco, who was kind of a mascot for the city. Yeah, here we go. Claude the alligator. Oh, hang on.
Mother of God!
Well. Kit Boga!
Kit Boga is creeping forth with a gigantic 2,200...
Welcome, Kit Boga and Raiders. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No,
how's everybody doing?
Dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
I'm going to turn our alert box off for a minute.
Something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
Thank you for all of the new follows. Holy cow, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Kit Boga, I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome. If anyone's here for the first time, and many of you are, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We're talking about dinosaurs today, both extinct and living.
What?
There are living dinosaurs. Let's call them birds. We'll be talking a lot about that today on Thursday Birds Day, so I hope you stick around. But for right now, let me play you a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to what's going on here. But thank you so much, Kid Boga, for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. This is my full-time job here on Twitch. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. So, widening our reach, trying to get more people excited about the natural world, excited about natural history, about the fossil record, about paleontology. That's my whole goal here. And Leap Year Girl, thank you for gifting Kit Bogo with a sub. I really appreciate that. Here, let me introduce you to the channel here. Get this set up for viewing. All right, this is taking a minute. YouTube is being glacially slow. Here we go.
But when you find something like this, it may be...
There we go. I'm going to turn off the alerts for now. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. If you've got any questions at all about the history of life on Earth, maybe, well, dinosaurs are what I actually study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up, all that good stuff. I want to make it very clear from the beginning that paleontology is about more than just dinosaurs. That's, I think, a common misperception. People hear paleontology and they think, oh, that means dinosaur science, right? Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Any critter that left record of its existence in the rocks for us to find is under the purview of the paleontologist. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs, as I often say. That's all part of paleontology. I happen to work on dinosaurs, though. So, well, yeah. But I'm open to any questions you've got about whatever critters you're curious about. The history of life on our planet is an incredible subject. It's a source of such wonder and fascination and fulfillment. I want to share that with everybody to the best of my ability. So, yeah. Bear with me, boys. Did you study theater by any chance? I was in a few plays in high school. Apart from that, no. But I do have a lot of experience giving museum tours and stuff like that. Yeah. Why do you ask? Marziping says, did dinosaurs have feathers or no? A ton of them did. Yeah. We're still trying to figure out exactly where feathers first pop up in the dinosaur family tree. But, we now have a ton of different feathered dinosaur fossils. Here's one of the most famous. This is Sinosauropteryx from China. We know for an absolute fact that a bunch of different dinosaurs had feathers because we literally have fossils of them. Sorry, we're getting another visit from our landlord right now, who loves to push the cameras around and stand in front of them. Sweetie pie, you're a menace. My goodness. But, yeah, we have something like 100 different species of dinosaur now with preserved feathers in their fossils. It's pretty impressive. And we're trying to figure out where exactly feathers show up on the dinosaur family tree. Like, are feathers just a dinosaur thing that all dinosaurs had ancestrally, and some groups of dinosaurs lost that later on? Or is it something that evolved only on the branch that's closer to birds? Because we know that birds are living dinosaurs. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. We'll be talking about that a lot today, as I said. So, yeah, it's It's a subject of ongoing study. What is the deal with feathers and dinosaurs? We know dinosaurs had feathers, but when did feathers first show up? And Scotch says it's a shame we don't have any DNA data from dinosaurs. It's true, yeah. DNA doesn't last that long. So, yeah, it's... Goodness, all right. We gotta pay another bribe here. So that we can get some peace. All right, sweetie pie. These greedy landlords. Oh, look at that. How's that? Good stuff? And Avina, please, says, what is your favorite dinosaur? Oh man, I've got several. We will, we'll talk about that in a second. It's difficult for me to pick one favorite dinosaur because I've worked on so many dinosaurs over the course of my career so far. It's kind of like asking a parent, like, hey, which one of these kids is your favorite, you know? It's almost impolite to answer that question. It's not impolite to ask it, and I'm glad you did, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about some of my favorite dinosaurs. One of them is, well, here, let me go grab it. Here, sweetie pie, you hold down the fort. I'll be right back. This right here is, well, who can tell me what this dinosaur is? It is, quite popular, I will say.
Tradoon.
It's not Troodon, no. Thank you, Violet Skittle, for the follow. I gotta turn alerts off here, too. Sorry.
First time.
It's Triceratops. Yeah. It's true. Those of you who said Triceratops, you are correct. It's one of these dinosaurs that everybody knows. Even though we've got well over 1,000 different dinosaur genera that have been named so far who are valid, more or less. Triceratops is one of my favorites because I've dug up a ton of Triceratops over the years. And this particular model right here from Eofauna Company, it's a plastic model manufacturer. This one right here is based on a specimen that I helped dig up in 2011, like an individual Triceratops. What we call the Yoshi's Trike site specimen. So here it is at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. This is a cast of the original bones in brown, and then the reconstructed parts are in white. So we have that much of the skeleton, the brown parts. But those horns, that left horn in particular, just astonishingly large. So much so that, like, it's kind of become a minor pop cultural phenomenon. Like, holy cow, some Triceratops individuals had enormous horns. It's kind of captured a lot of people's imaginations. There's a lot of fan art of it. I helped dig up this specimen back in 2011. Here's me standing next to it around 2013 or so, as we were installing that mount at the museum. So, yeah. This is one of the first dinosaurs I ever actually got to dig up, so that was a big deal for me. Triceratops is one of the best studied dinosaurs. We have more specimens of Triceratops than maybe any other Mesozoic dinosaur, so we can do a lot of really cool things with it. For one thing, we can watch them evolve over time. Since we have literally hundreds of specimens of Triceratops, if we're careful to document where they came from in the rock record, So here's like a time scale right here throughout the Hell Creek Formation. From about maybe 67 million years ago until 66 million years ago. You're careful to note where each of these specimens you dug up came from in the rock layer, and you can basically watch them change over time. So we now realize that Yoshi's trike and other specimens like it look like this because they're from the middle of the Hell Creek Formation. The horns tend to get super, super long in the middle of the Hell Creek. And then the Triceratops continues to evolve over time, over about 1 million years or so. The brow horns shrink over time, and the nasal horn, the nose horn, gets bigger and thicker and more prominent. So we have Triceratops horridus here at the bottom of the Hell Creek, Triceratops prorsus up here at the top of the Hell Creek. It's a different species within genus Triceratops, Triceratops prorsus. And this one in the middle here isn't named yet. Maybe one of these days, this grade of Triceratops will actually get named. It'll be described in the scientific literature. I have some colleagues who should be working on that right now. That'll be an exciting day when that happens. And we'll talk about it a lot. And Wolvulus says, how do we know it's not sexual dimorphism and it's really another species? Because it's stratigraphically limited, you know? So, like, with enough specimens, you start to realize, like, shoot, all the Triceratops that are this growth stage from the Middle Hell Creek all look like this. That's just the norm for that time. In order to have sexual dimorphism, you need to have, like, you know, male and female differences. They need to fall into, like, 2 discrete categories, and that's not what we see. Like, everybody looks the same at this particular stage of time. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. Kate did 1992 says, does it worry you that 3D printing might end up being misused to make the population believe in something that doesn't really exist? I mean, you know, hoaxes and fakes are nothing new like that. I do a lot of 3D printing myself.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Turn off the alert box there, too. I gotta adjust the camera on this so we can actually see it. If anything, 3D printing has been a boon for paleontology. Like, it allows us to make copies of fossils and be able to display them to the public, use them for teaching purposes. That's what I have here in my office. So, like, this Triceratops horn, that juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull right there, this Archaeopteryx, this really cool Jurassic bird, these are all 3D printed. Real fossils belong, well, where? As a wise man once said, that belongs in a museum! I'm not streaming to you from a museum right now. I'm here in my office, at home. I can have a bunch of fossils here in my office that are not actual fossils. They're exact replicas of the, you know, 3D volume of these objects. But I can still use them for teaching purposes, you know? And that also allows us to, if I want to communicate with some colleagues, say, in Australia, or in Japan, or in Argentina, and I want to show them what a particular fossil looks like, so they can hold it in their hand and examine the shape and morphology, I don't have to mail them the actual fossil. I can just scan it and send them a 3D file. They can look at it in the computer, or they could print it out and examine it by hand. So that sort of thing is really important. So 3D printing has been a really good thing for paleontology so far, I would say. Very different from AI. AI is kind of the opposite. The whole large language model thing is kind of strangling science right now. Like, it's a really bad situation. So I'm very much against LLMs, the whole AI nonsense thing. Ugh. 3D printing is very different from that, in my view. But yeah. Let me scroll down, trying to catch up the chat here. I'm loving these questions. other questions here. A dirt or bus has no need for shipping delicate parts and pieces. True. Yeah. And, oh, we've got Tyrannosaur news here? I haven't even seen that yet, Dr. Tara. And yeah, we've got the, what is it, Lucy Venator? A new croc that may have eaten our ancestors in the late Cenozoic of East Africa. Yeah. And Monkey Bones says, do you study dinosaurs that are still living today in fresh waters? I do, actually. Here, I have a book about that. Well, I own a book about that. I didn't write the book. Let me find that for you real quick.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy and...
Where did I put
The Age of Reptiles.
The killer dinosaurs!
Where's that book?
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
That's a lot of alerts.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
Where did the book go? Darn it. Where's my book on modern living freshwater dinosaurs? They sometimes journey into saltwater environments.
A chicken.
Where did that go? Oh, it's up here.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before.
Here we go. So, a book on modern freshwater predatory dinosaurs. There we go. I actually have studied herons. This is for an upcoming publication that I'm working on Spinosaurid dinosaurs. These guys here are birds, and birds are dinosaurs. And so, another landlord visit here. These are fish-eating dinosaurs. The cat's pushing the camera around. Of course you are, sweet mini pie. Different landlord here. And Kate did says, is your cat a dinosaur? No, in fact, actually, we should go over that real quick. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? Here. The way that we as scientists classify living things, when we say this critter is related to that critter, or more closely related to this one than it is to that one, when we're saying that two creatures are related, we mean that literally. It's not a metaphor, it's not just something that we say. We mean that two creatures are actually related. In the same way that you are related to your siblings, if you have siblings, and then you're slightly more distantly related to your cousins, if you have cousins. You share a more recent common ancestor with your siblings, like you've got the same parents, than with your cousins. You got the same grandparents as your cousins, but that's not quite as closely related, you know what I mean? It's the same thing for life on Earth. As far as we know, all living things are related to one another. Because they all share DNA. And we can illustrate that using a tree of life. In the same way that you can generate like a family tree for yourself. Show how closely related you are to your relatives. We can do that for literally all life on Earth. There's different ways that we can kind of come up with this information. We can look at morphology, so how similar or different the bodies are of different critters. Or we could get down there into the DNA, look at genetic similarities and differences. And so, using these different methodologies, we can kind of build a whole tree like this. So let's jump to cats here. Like Mini Pie, who's currently hogging the limelight. There we go. So, here's cats, this family Felidae, and the domestic cat. Here's small cats in genus Felis. And there's the domestic cat right there. So cats are a kind of mammal. They're not dinosaurs. Mammals. We'll zoom out to there. We as human beings are also mammals. So a cat is much more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur. Mammals are right there. So mammals are what we call a clade, an evolutionary group. They're like a real thing. Mammals are not a vibe. They're not a feeling. They're all creatures that evolved from a common ancestor, which is why they are like a true evolutionary group, if that makes sense. So reptiles, sauropsids, are over here. And notice how this includes birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. Hence, birds are a kind of reptile. Does that make sense? So let's jump to this lovely diagram here. I love to show off this poster. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a beautiful representation of that concept. The art here is really lovely. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur here. Then by definition, you are a dinosaur. So birds, we can trace their ancestry back to the first dinosaur. Crocodiles over here, turtles over there, lizards and snakes, they are not dinosaurs, because they didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor. Likewise to the pterosaurs, your pterodactyls, as people call them. They're not dinosaurs either. They're close. They're close relatives of dinosaurs, but they're not quite dinosaurs, you know? So yeah. Anywho. And you're digging the music? I'm glad, Squatchheim. Yeah. Anyway, we gotta pay our landlord here too. Multiple landlords. How did I get into this situation? I'm very lucky. All right, let's feed you, huh? Yeah. All right. Feed you. I mean, they have all the food they want all the time, but special treats that they're after here, huh? Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah, look at that. Oh. Look at that. All that good stuff. How many landlords do you have? 3, little fox. I've got 3. They all have the same surname. They're Mini Pie, Moon Pie, and Sweetie Pie. This is Mini Pie right here. Here's some more. Here, go nuts. Ooh. We'll see how long that satisfies her for. Because we've got some science to do today. Any other pets? Oh, these are not pets, little fox. They lived here before I moved in. They are my landlords, as I've been saying. And I'm really lucky that they let me live here, you know? But, no other critters in that. There's me, 3 cats, and then 2 human beings. Ios and Lordy. Ios also streams here on Twitch. You should give her a follow. If, she does like a very niche kind of thing, you know? Not like science. You know how everybody on Twitch does science? She actually does, believe it or not, she does video games here on Twitch. I know, right? Like, who'd have thought? But yeah, she does all kinds of retro games and stuff like that. It's a good time. Ios knows Twitch culture a lot better than I do. And she's got a cool community, and yeah, if you like really ridiculously difficult Super Mario levels and stuff like that, she does that. Makes it look easy. Does all kinds of older games. It's very eclectic, you know? But somehow she makes it work. Anyhow. And video games on Twitch? I know, right, Gene Wen? What? Yeah. Can you believe it? And Kate did says, if pterodactyls aren't dinosaurs, why were we taught as kids that they are? If you were taught as a kid that pterosaurs as we call them, are dinosaurs, then yeah, you were taught incorrectly. Whoever was teaching you didn't know what they were talking about. Pterosaurs are close relatives of dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. They evolved from an earlier ancestor, but since they didn't evolve from the first dinosaur, they are not dinosaurs. Same with all of the marine reptiles, too. So, yeah, I love this image here. There's a bunch of different marine reptiles from the Mesozoic, from the age of dinosaurs. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. Your ichthyosaurs, your mosasaurs, your plesiosaurs, both short neck and long neck, your placodonts, your, did I say nothosaurs? Your marine crocs. None of these guys are dinosaurs. They're from different branches on the reptile family tree. And like I showed you here, there's the mosasaurs. They're actually a kind of lizard. Just like snakes are a kind of lizard, mosasaurs are too. Ichthyosaurs are, we kind of don't know where they are, but we know that they're not dinosaurs. Plesiosaurs are over here. Turtles are over here. In fact, turtles should actually be closer to the dinosaurs. This is almost certainly incorrect. But anyway, none of those guys are dinosaurs. So yeah. Seen that drawing before? Someone posted it outside a public swimming pool. Really, Reality Ripple? I want to go to that pool. Yeah. Yeah, dinosaurs are a very specific group of reptiles. And again, to have membership to the dinosaur clan, in order to be a dinosaur, it's all based on ancestry. You have to be a descendant of that first dinosaur species. The same goes for any group of organisms, whether we're talking about mammals, or whether we're talking about amphibians. Like, you have to actually have evolved from the ancestor of that group in order to be part of that group, if that makes sense. So yeah. Which is why, strictly speaking, we as human beings, you know, here, let's jump to human beings here. Homo sapiens. I'm really glad that I get a chance to talk about this, because it is like the fundamental underlying idea that all of biology relies on. Like, this is the concept, which is nuts, because like in American schools at least, you typically don't learn this until maybe you're in college. If you go to a university and you take a biology course, like that might be your very first introduction to this concept. Imagine like taking chemistry classes and the chemistry teacher is not allowed to teach you about atoms or about molecules. That's like this, you know, learning biology without evolution is like, nothing makes sense. I can understand, I think, why a lot of people think they don't like biology, because it's usually not taught properly. It's taught in an extremely confusing way, because that uniting principle that makes biology make sense is largely ignored for political reasons here in the United States, which is insane. But anyway, human beings, we are a kind of mammal. Well, first off, we're a kind of African ape. So our closest living relatives are bonobos and chimps. And then you have the gorillas. Orangutans are a little bit more distantly related. You go back further and further in time. You get to these other common ancestors, part of the monkeys and apes. We're a part of Haplorhini, the monkeys, apes, and tarsiers. We're part of the primates. We're a part of Euarchonta. We're part of Euarchontoglires, Boreutheria, Placenta, Theria, Mammalia, the mammals. You can keep going further and further back. Amniotes are a kind of tetrapod. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which are kind of Sarcopterygian. All of these animals are a kind of lobe-finned fish. A lot of you are probably at least a little bit familiar with this concept. All animals on land that have bones evolved from an animal that would have looked a lot like this. A fish who came up onto land and started doing its four-legged thing up on the shore. We are the descendants of fish that came up onto land. That's where all of the amphibians and the reptiles and the mammals like us, we all came from an ancestor that would have looked a lot like this. So yeah. Distant Galaxy says, so I should include this in my family album? I mean, if you want to be really complete about it, sure. I mean, you could also include all of these guys going back to... There's Tiktaalik right about there. Yeah. But we can trace our origins all the way back to the dawn of life on Earth. A single-celled organism. So this is focused on human beings here. But you could do this for any creature on our planet. Because we all have the same starting point right here. So let's go back to all life. And Plates Before Date says, so we are technically fish? Not even technically, just evolutionarily speaking, all animals with bones are fish. Fish are the first animals to evolve bones. Everybody who has bones today inherited that from a fishy ancestor. And Distant Galaxy says, this is amazing. We are here just through an overwhelming amount of evolutionary work. It's incredible to think about, you know? Like, I find tremendous joy and wonder in that thought, you know? That we here today, you and me, right here in this moment, we are the... I'm not going to say end result, because it makes it sound like it was intended to end up with us. We're just lucky to be here, you know? We are the product of about 3.5 or maybe 4 billion years of evolution on Earth. Going all the way back to that last universal common ancestor. It means that all living things on our planet are related to one another. And so that you could do this same deal like this, but with any creature alive today, and it'll split off at various points. So like, say you were to try to do this for a redwood tree. You know, you might not think of yourself as being related to a redwood tree, and you're not a close relative. Certainly not. But you go back far enough, our ancestors and the ancestors of modern redwood trees were the same ancestor at a certain point. You go back far enough, and it was the same organism that gave rise to both lineages. So in here, that would be like the origin of eukaryotic cells. So, yeah, about 2.2 billion years ago. So this is like the last common ancestor that we would have with a redwood tree. You go back further and further in time, prokaryotes, so like there are certain kinds of bacteria and stuff like that that also descended from this ancestor. And they might look pretty similar today. They haven't changed their outward appearance all that much. But yeah. It's awesome to think about, you know? And thank you, Sub Santa, for that partner anniversary wishes. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. There's a lovely documentary that I would recommend to everybody in chat who's new, who might not be familiar with it yet. It's called Your Inner Fish. With paleontologist Neil Shubin, and I'm trying to find a decent trailer for you here. This one's super short, but it might still work. Let's do that here. It's going to come across as a little goofy just because they...
Reptiles.
primates.
They're trying to do an attention-grabbing thing with this.
You never knew you had.
Some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
The story of evolution is stored within you.
Embedded in our bodies is our distant past. Oh, that is beautiful.
Get to know your inner fish.
I'll show you another clip from this in a second, but it's such a powerful notion, this idea that the past is knowable. We can figure these things out by studying fossils, by studying the bodies of organisms today, by looking at their DNA. And all these different lines of inquiry all point to that same conclusion that all life on Earth is related. It's been changing, evolving, diversifying ever since then. Major groups might go extinct and then get replaced by other groups. We see this with the dinosaurs. Well, they didn't go completely extinct. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. It makes things make sense. When you have that perspective, so much of the world isn't a mystery anymore, you know? And it's wild to me that this is still like a new idea for so many people. I don't mean that in an accusatory way. This sort of thing, like I said earlier, is not typically taught in American schools. Again, for like political reasons. There's a lot of people who don't want you to know about this. They're terrified of the idea. Because again, if living things are all related, if we're all one big family here on our planet, then how in the world do you justify war and oppression and exploitation and cruelty? The people who profit from those things, they don't want you to feel that kinship with the natural world, you know? It's about division. There you go. I mean, yeah, I think that's a big part of it. But here, I'm doing this because we've got a bunch of new people watching right now, and I want to get them excited about this idea. Here we go. I'm going to show you part of this documentary from PBS. Your Inner Fish with paleontologist Neil Shubin here.
What draws me here is treasure. My kind of treasure. Fossils hidden inside ancient rocks.
So he's in the Canadian Arctic.
Long-dead fish. But not just any old fish. I'm hunting for fish that carry the story of our own bodies inside of them. How I got here and what I found could change the way you think about yourself and your body.
I hope it does, yeah. And thank you, Christor. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
That ends on top of the world with the most important discovery of my life. But it begins in the city of Chicago, with a room full of human cadavers.
I love this part. This is poetic to me.
It was more than a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department. And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And so I'd give this look like, well, what? I want my money back.
I find that really funny as a paleontologist too. But as he's about to say, there's something really beautiful and insightful about being a paleontologist and understanding an evolutionary perspective on our bodies.
But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy.
Yep.
Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but I see a family resemblance. On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit. But you are related to them, and the clues to that connection are etched in ancient stone.
I really love the way that he goes about this here. So here's our tree. Oh,
fossils
here's a
unearthed
fossil
around
fish
the
here.
world reveal that fish are the first creatures with bony skeletons.
So when I said that every creature on Earth with bones is a fish, I wasn't making that up, you know? Fish were the first creatures to evolve bones. Everybody else who has bones is a descendant of a fishy ancestor like that.
They have backbones and skulls, just like you and me.
That's where backbones and skulls came from.
This shared anatomy connects us to fish and to a long line of other animals.
Yep, that's where we got our bones.
To see what I mean,
and
imagine the complete history.
My friend the Earth says, you're saying I'm a fish, and I am too, and everybody else watching this is as well. Unless you're like an insect or some other kind of invertebrate, they are not fish. That every animal with bones is a fish. That's where bones came from. Fish were the first animals to evolve bones. Every animal that has bones is by definition a fish.
Of life when
and hang on a sec. Nivi, thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
A giant family tree, from the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to all animals alive today.
There we go. So here's our tree of life again. You can draw it in so many different ways, but the point is, you've got common ancestor, and then you have all these branches coming off of that. As species change and diversify, one species splits into two. You get that enough times, and you get the marvelous diversity of life that we have today.
Our history lies on one branch of this tree of life, and we can trace our ancestry back.
Yep.
Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams.
We have fossils of these. That's Eusthenopteron right there, famous fossil
40
fish.
million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
Yep.
Then we see reptiles, followed by the first mammals around 200 million years ago. And much later, we arrive at our special branch, primates.
It's special because it's ours.
This history tells us something
a little bit self-centered, but that's fine.
Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
Yep. But how do we know this, you know?
And that includes us.
And hang on. Thank you, Tone Rebellion, for the 19 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And there's good Tone Rebellion, yeah. Oh, don't get me started, yeah.
So how does this legacy play out in our anatomy?
Each one of us, walking around in this lab today, carries the history of life within us. And the evidence is seen in every part of our bodies.
And not just in our bones. Even the complex tangle of nerves inside the human head makes much more sense when you realize it's the same basic wiring found in fish.
Well, because that's the thing, is that, like, if you look at how our nerves are arranged...
And not just in our bones.
If you look at it, that's, like he says, a complex tangle right here, the arrangement doesn't make any sense. It's like, why would you put this here and put that there? Things have to loop around in weird ways. It's very indirect. It's very inefficient. But that's because it is basically, like, modified from what our ancestors had. It's all jury-rigged, you know? Each generation, whatever works, can get passed along to the next generation. It doesn't have to be perfect. But this sort of arrangement first evolved in our fishy ancestors.
much more sense when you realize it's the same basic wiring found in fish.
Yep.
But there's one defining piece of human anatomy that seems remote from the world of
There you go, Reality Ripple. Exactly, yeah.
And I vividly remember when it first captured my imagination.
When I walked into
And Dirter Bus says, if life originated elsewhere, this would be so hard to figure out. Exactly, yeah. If there had been multiple origin points for life on Earth, like if you had this, you know, these critters over here evolved from this ancestor, and then life spontaneously arose over here, and it would be really confusing, like, but we don't see that. We see like a last universal common ancestor. Everybody's got essentially like the same parts. We all have DNA. All creatures on our planet have DNA. And it is... there's varying degrees of similarity or differences. But it's kind of like... here. Anybody here in chat ever been to Taco Bell? This is not an original analogy here. I'm kind of stealing this from my my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. But you know, you go to Taco Bell and it's essentially the same ingredients, just remixed in a bunch of different ways to make different things. You've got soft tortillas, you've got hard taco shells, you've got tomatoes and lettuce and sour cream and cheese. You've got meat or, you know, beef or chicken or whatever. I don't eat those, I'm vegetarian. But like, these different ingredients get remixed, but it's all the same stuff, essentially. Think of that like DNA, you know? It's the same 4 different basic ingredients. A, G, C, and T. Adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. And all living things on our planet. From paramecia to oak trees. From tuna fish to tree frogs. We've all got the same basic ingredients like that. You know? With a phosphate spine. Exactly, Reality Ripple. Yeah. Yeah. And Bunch says, Bill Hicks had a bit about Taco Bell. How do you want your beans and flour arranged? Yeah. It's the same thing with life on Earth, essentially. Yeah. Anywho, but how did we first start to figure this out? Like, this is the sort of thing that has puzzled philosophers for literally for millennia. For hundreds or thousands of years, people have asked, like, where did we come from? Why is there stuff here? Where do plants and animals originate? Like, what's this all about? It's, we'll get to that in a minute, I guess, the historical perspective, but it's by studying the fossil record, by studying all these different organisms that have been preserved in the rock record for us to find, and by studying modern creatures and dissecting them and trying to figure out how they work. Different people in different fields using different methods have all converged on the same answer because all the evidence points in the same direction, you know? This is super cool.
Anatomy lab for the first time. I was sort of scared about what I was going to see, what I was going to feel. But the reality is, after the first few weeks, that fear turns into a sort of a cocky self-confidence. And these things, you know, when you dissect them, it doesn't look very human. It kind of looks like a wax model in a lot of ways. But then you hit the hand.
Yep.
And for me, as I unwrapped the gauze and revealed the palm, the fingers, the fingernails, something else hit me entirely.
Yep.
And that was a deep sense of connection. A connection to another human body lying on that slab. This was not a wax model that I was dissecting. This formerly was a person who lived a life just like I am living now.
You open that up and you look at how it works.
The human hand I'm in awe of the intricate connections between bone, tendon, and muscle.
It really is
It's
amazing.
through the action of these muscles, through the tendons, that the hand does its, does its magic, if you will. So that when the muscles fire, it pulls on these tendons and watch. The fingers flex.
Yep.
Now, the fine muscles of our hand, these little tiny muscles that lie along the tendons, these are the muscles that control the fine motion of our fingers. These are the ones that are quintessentially primate and human.
So that evolved more recently,
So
but there's
where
other
did
stuff that
this
goes back way
marvel of
further.
evolution come from? It clearly has deep roots in the past. And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures.
Yep. There's a turtle.
More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals.
So here we are getting into that historical perspective. Like when people first started to figure this out, people first started to really study animals in a scientific, organized, systematized kind of way. Why is it that they have these similarities and these differences? What are the patterns here? You know?
Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery. And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Yep.
It was as if the same set of bones was being squashed
or a crocodile
to perform different functions.
Or a sea turtle.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes.
Metacarpals and
And,
phalanges.
of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones, lots of bones, and then digits.
Yep.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today
has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
That's not entirely true. Because as beautiful as this is, Neil Shubin is making the classic mistake that many of us vertebrate paleontologists make. We're forgetting about the invertebrates. There's lots of other animals walking the earth today that don't have bones at all. Insects and arachnids and myriapods and other invertebrates like that, crustaceans, they don't have bones. They have an exoskeleton, but they evolved from a different ancestor. So like you got to go back way further in time. Our invertebrates like that did not evolve from fish, so they don't have bones. So not every animal walking the earth today has bones, but all the vertebrates do. And they all got those bones from their fishy ancestors. Yeah.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a...
So XBDD says, are insects fish? And insects are not fish. No, I'll show you. Let's jump to here. This is why I wanted to bring this up. So, the fish are here. Vertebrates, essentially. I know it says vertebrates here, but you could also think of this as fish if you wanted to. Because everything from lampreys to sharks to penguins, they're all critters with bones. They're all fish. So let's go to insects right here, and we'll find the last common ancestor between insects. Their path is red here, and the vertebrates, fish, is in blue. You got to go back 560 million years ago to get to the common ancestor of what would become insects and what would become fish. So insects and fish are related to each other, but insects are not a kind of fish. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Nepenshi says, where are whales on the tree? Let me show you. Here, it's difficult to get rid of the red and blue, so let's just reload the page. But whales, believe it or not, are a kind of hoofed mammal. Who can tell me what the closest living relative of whales is? Anybody know? It's hippos. Correct. So whales, the cetaceans, this includes dolphins and porpoises, they are a kind of cetacean, they're a kind of whale. Their closest living relative is the hippos. So together they form a clade that we call whippomorpha. There we go. This is the whales and the hippos combined. Jicky John, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So whales and hippos both evolved from a common ancestor. Round about 40 million years ago. Well, actually, no, it should be earlier than that. Should be more than 50 million years ago. I don't know why that. Yeah, that's not quite right. But yeah, there's a very simplified, but I think kind of lovely little animation of the evolution of whales. We have fossils of each one of these critters, by the way. Pachycetus, Ambulocetus. Here, let's up the speed on this. But whales evolved from a hoofed mammal ancestor, a member of the Artiodactyla. Yeah. It's really cool to think about Pumpkin the Cat, yeah. And the reason why we know this is that some of those earlier hoofed ancestors, they have certain features that only whales have today. Like the involucrum, this weird inner ear bone. That's what paints these as whale ancestors. No other critter has that. It's a totally unique whale thing. We have here the involucrum. There we are. So whales don't have like an external ear. They don't have like an opening on the outside of their head. So they have specialized ears where the ear bone kind of curls in on itself, almost like a conch shell or something like that. There's certain parts of that are extremely distinctive. So if you find that in, say, one of these guys, you know that that's a whale ancestor, because nobody else has that. That is 1,000,000% whale. So it shows us that the earliest ancestors of whales, like the earliest things that are starting to branch off from the other mammals and do a more whaley kind of thing, are guys like this, like Indohyus. Which kind of reminds me of like a chevrotain, which is kind of a little hoofed mammal that we have today. Chevrotin. Yeah, so this is, are they deer? What are they? Are they cervids? Mouse deer. Yeah, water chevrotain. And some of these guys still really like the water. This is not... It's related to the ancestors of whales, but that's a certain degree of convergent evolution. But anyway, it's cool that, like, these... The habits still kind of play themselves out. In the sense that, like, something that looks like the ancestor of whales... it also really loves to be in the water. These guys are so neat. And they're around today.
This shy miniature mammal has the 4 stomachs of a hoofed herbivore. The fangs...
Sorry, it's still double speed. YouTube didn't used to do that. Here, normal speed. There we go.
This shy miniature mammal has the 4 stomachs of a
That's
hoofed
better.
herbivore, the fangs of a vampire, the adorable face of a mouse, and one species even swims like a duck. But these squee-inducing sweeties aren't any of those things. They're an ancient creature that hasn't changed much in the past 34 million years. This is the chevrotain.
Well, that's neat, Mayor's face. Oh, cool.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. The chevrotain is the name of the world's smallest ruminant, which belongs to the Tragulidae family.
Ruminants are even-toed, hoofed animals, usually with 4 stomachs, like cows, sheep, bison, deer, and antelopes.
They don't actually have 4 different stomachs. It's just one stomach that's been subdivided into 4 chambers, you know? Just like if you put 4 cubicles in an office, you don't have 4 offices. You just have 4 cubicles. Same with like 4-stomached mammals. Anyway.
Chevrotains have been around for about 34 million years, with the highest number of species existing during the Miocene epoch, about 11 million years ago.
Let's jump to their aquatic habits, because it's really cool to watch them swim around.
Predator, which sometimes also includes researchers. It can stay submerged for up to 5 minutes at a time, and propels itself forward by walking along the riverbed. It will come up for air under the cover of riverbanks and overhanging vegetation to check if the coast is clear.
The water chevrotain might be the largest species, but every species of chevrotain is seriously small. The world record for teeniest, tiniest ungulate goes to Tragulus conchile, the lesser Malayan chevrotain.
I thought we'd have more aquatic footage of these guys. Anyway, I'll give you the link to the video. They're super, super cool. But they're not that different from, like, the ancestors of the whales within Whippomorpha. Things like Indohyus, critters like that. Let's find Indohyus on here. Pachycetus. Indohyus. There's Pachycetus there. Let's look it up. There we go. The name is a little misleading because the name Indohyus means Indian pig, but it's not a pig. It's like a whale ancestor, or very closely related to the ancestors of whales. It's a cool critter. Somebody was asking about where the limbs went on whales. Like, they used to have legs. Where did they go? Some whales are still occasionally born with legs. It does happen. So yeah, occasionally there are, like, mutant whales who are born who still have hind limb flippers, complete with bones on the inside. But the next time you're at, like, a museum and you see a whale skeleton hanging overhead, like a lot of museums have, pay close attention around where the hips would be, because whales, a lot of species still have remnants of their hip bones in there. They have no need for them anymore. It's just a leftover from when their ancestors walked around on land, from when their ancestors had legs. How cool is that? So we see that here. Here's a... I'm guessing this is a right whale or a bowhead whale, given the ridiculous head there. But look right here. That... right here... it's the remnants of the hips. Vestiges of a terrestrial past. How cool is that? Yeah, and pelvis, not legs. I mean, there might be one or two species that still have like a tiny little splinter of what used to be the femur in there, but I think for the most part it's the pelvis. I think mostly the ilium and maybe the pubis. I don't know if the ischium is still in there. Here. And what's funny is if you look this up, especially on Google, Google search is such trash nowadays, much of the time. A whole bunch of these are from like creationist websites. So people who are like really terrified of the idea of evolution and they're trying to tell you why it's actually a lie or it's it's a tool of the devil or whatever. It's like that's what this website is. That's what a number of these other websites are. Answers at Genesis. Oh boy. But yeah. Because again, this is a huge deal in science. Like, here, I'll play the clip again, like I often do when we get a bunch of new people here. When I talk about this being like
just as Darwin,
a fundamental idea in paleontology, in biology in general, this is what I'm talking about. And it's so frustrating that it doesn't really get taught in schools, especially here in the US. We'll see our friend Neil Shubin in this documentary as well. This is from I think a documentary came out in like 2008, 2009, something like that. But it's about a trial, a big courtroom trial that happened in 2005, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. This was headline news all over the world because a group of creationists, essentially like religious fundamentalists, they were trying to get creationism taught in a public school classroom in the United States, in Pennsylvania. They're trying to be like, yeah, this evolution stuff isn't all it's cracked up to be. Kids should learn, religious explanations for stuff as well, because that's just as good, right? There's a big courtroom battle over this, and this documentary is about that.
Fish and part land animal. In 1999, paleontologist Neil Shubin and his colleagues set out to find just such a creature.
What evolution enables us to do is to make specific predictions about what we should find in the fossil record. The prediction in this case is clear-cut. That is, if we go to rocks of the right age and rocks of the right type, we should find transitions between two great forms of life, between fish and amphibian.
Yep.
Many scientists think life began in the water at least 3.5 billion years ago.
Maybe closer to 4 billion years ago. We're still kind of figuring that out.
About 375 million years ago, the tree of life branched as primitive fish evolved into...
And Gary Ankela says, are you in favor of teaching both or maybe excluding one in favor of another? I mean, I think science should be taught in science class. Religion should be taught in religion class, Like, it's funny that you get these religious ideas that people try to introduce to science classrooms when, well, I guess if we let them, they'd try and do it in other classrooms too. Like, there are certain religious traditions that teach that pi, the number, 3.1415926, pi is exactly 3, Like, there's some religious traditions that actually hold that to be true, apparently. But you're not going to go and teach that in a math class, because it just doesn't work, And the same way, you're not going to teach ideas that, creatures just got magically poofed into existence. Like, you're not going to teach that in a science class, because we know for a fact that that didn't happen. We don't want to be saddling our kids with misinformation, You don't want to be teaching them things that are false. That's my perspective on this, Like, people should absolutely learn about religious ideas if they want to, and it should be in a religion class, You shouldn't be giving people bad information when there's, like, a very limited number of instructional hours in a given day. You know, teachers are overworked and grievously underpaid, and they're just trying their very darndest to get through the curriculum. And that's part of the reason why this is such a big problem here in the U.S. is that schools are drastically underfunded. And teachers are often looking for different parts to just kind of cut out of the curriculum just so they can try and get through everything. And evolution is usually the first thing to go if it's in the curriculum in the first place, which in a ton of school districts around the U.S. it's not even in there to start with, you know. So we'll get to that.
Amphibians, such as today's frogs and salamanders, which live part of their lives on land. Armed with this prediction, Shubin and his colleagues organized an expedition to one of the most desolate...
Hang on a sec. Dapper Historian has got a specific question. That's Allosaurus, the state fossil of Utah. I haven't seen that yet. You're so lucky that you got to see that.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America...
Dinotigs. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here, before we get back to this serious, pertinent discussion, yeah, I haven't gotten to see this yet, even though I've flown into Utah several times at this point. But this is a replica, a cast of Allosaurus.
By the spirit of discovery and adventure, the museum and the airport set out to bring something iconic to visitors.
I'm glad you got to see this.
Something that would be unexpected, something that would be evocative. And to bring something iconic from Utah, we immediately thought it must be a dinosaur. And it's got to be one of the most iconic dinosaurs. It has to be Allosaurus fragilis.
9 continents. Hey, thank you for the well wishes. Welcome.
This specimen is really special. It was found in...
There's Rebecca Hunt Foster. She was the first other paleontologist we ever interviewed here on Paleontologizing a few years back.
1924 here at Dinosaur National Monument, and then brought out on wagons to go on display at the University of Utah. So this fossil's had a 100-year plus history of its discovery and being on exhibit for people to be able to see.
Allosaurus was what we call the apex predator of its ecosystem. So,
is that
150 million years ago, during the late Jurassic period, Allosaurus was the biggest and baddest of meat-eating dinosaurs that was alive.
Except for maybe Torvosaurus, but that's okay.
These animals grew up to almost 30 feet long, and you would not want to run into it in a dark alley.
So once you exit the security checkpoint, you go out into the main plaza area, just look right across the airfield, and there is Allie, the airport Allosaurus.
So again, I haven't seen this yet. Every time I've flown into Salt Lake recently, I haven't had enough time to go all the way to the other side of the airport to see this. They're working on like constructing a new tram system or something like that for quicker transport. Anyway, hopefully I'll get to see this year.
What better place to have the dinosaur than right here?
I was really excited about the opportunity to bring an installation to the airport. I was struck by the airport's desire to make this really about sense of place, about Utah.
The textures, the colors, the feel, the art is all designed to say Utah to everybody.
What?
And Allosaurus is, again, the state fossil for the state of Utah. Allosaurus fragilis. So that's what you saw there. Pretty cool. Yeah. I think I'm stopping here on my way to Vegas next week. Very cool, small man. Go check it out. And if you get pictures of this, put it in the Discord. We'd love to see it. Deathsaurus says, I need one of these in my home. I mean, I have an Allosaurus skull here in my office. Here. Just a minute. Let me grab that. Here we go. Ugh. This is a very large Allosaurus skull. Again, 3D printed. Yeah, check that out. Same animal. It's an impressive critter, I would say. What do you think? Anyway, that is the state fossil of Utah. Allosaurus. Pretty cool critter. Like Randy Ermis said, not a critter you'd want to run into in a dark alley. Certainly not. Anyway, let's get back to this clip here.
Which live part of their lives on land. Armed with this prediction, Shubin and his colleagues organized an expedition to one of the most desolate places on Earth, the Canadian Arctic, about 500 miles from the North Pole, where rocks of just the right age are exposed.
So again, they're trying to find a link here between bony fish that live in the water and what we call tetrapods, animals with 4 legs and bones that live on land. Tetrapods are amphibians and reptiles and mammals. Those are all tetrapods. Where did they come from? Well, the idea is they must have evolved from fish, right? So if we look at rocks of just the right type and just the right age, the prediction is we find something that's I hate this phrase, but a missing link. That's what they're looking for, is a missing link. Something that's transitional between fish, bony fishes that live in the water, and tetrapods with bones that live on land.
Here, they hope to fill a gap in the branch of the evolutionary tree that leads from primitive fish to animals with 4 limbs, or tetrapods.
Bingo.
By finding a fossil of an animal that shared characteristics of both. But after 3 summers of digging through hundreds of tons of rock in this harsh environment, they had found little of interest. They returned the next year for one last try.
Money was running out. This was it. We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004...
Thank you, Kaboom Cheese, for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
A colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just exactly like this. And he removed more rock, and more rock, and more rock, and it became clear this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old, this is going to be something interesting.
Yep.
They called it Tiktaalik, which means large freshwater fish in the language of the local Inuit people.
And Illy Spid says it's insane it took until 2004 to find amphibian transition fossils. It didn't actually take that long. Here's the thing, is that Tiktaalik got a lot of attention. This was like a real win for science communication. But it's filling a small gap here. We already had a bunch of other transitional fossils for a long time. I can show you this book that I have from... Goodness. From the 60s? That has some of these guys. Here we go. Prehistoric Animals is what the book is called. When was this published? Oh, never mind. 1954. But even back then, we had critters like this, Eusthenopteron, a primitive fish that could crawl out of the water on land. So we don't actually know if Eusthenopteron could do this, but this is a critter that's more fishy than Tiktaalik is. So Tiktaalik is more toward the amphibian side. Eusthenopteron, or the tetrapod side, I should say. Eusthenopteron is more toward the fishy side. It's like a lobe-finned fish. Like a lungfish, like Dipteris there. So yeah, we had a bunch of other critters like this. Eusthenopteron, I think we've known about since the late 1800s. So... yeah, there's a bunch of different guys like that. There's Eusthenopteron, Panderichthes, Ichthyostega, Acanthostega. Modern coelacanth fishes and fossil coelacanth fishes are part of this milieu as well. So it's definitely a thing, And hello, Cellos. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway, again, this is frustrating because you search the word fishopods on Google, and a bunch of these results are from creationist websites. This one right here. Oh, here, if I search Tiktaalik, there'll be a bunch more. Creationists are really upset about this critter and very eager to try and discredit it. Let's see. We just search origin of tetrapods. Well, this is pleasantly surprising. There's not that many, like, pseudoscience creation websites in the top results. Maybe Google's kind of cleaned things up recently. But it used to be, like, the top 5 results were all from pseudoscience websites. Anywho, let's get back to this.
And it's one of the most vivid transitional...
Hang on. Let's see... and Dr. Terminator. We'll talk about that in a little bit when we get to our... Maybe save your thoughts for when we get to Netflix's The Dinosaurs, because we will get to that in a little bit. But, yeah. And... people are talking about Pokemon. A coelacanth isn't just a Pokemon. See, this is news to me. Like, we do a special stream about coelacanths every year. We call it Fishmas. And, well, yes, indeed. I had to includes Charles Darwin, along with all other humans. Yeah. Done with the sanding in just a minute here. Just want to make sure that... Anywho, coelacanths are a really cool critter. We talk a lot about them. I was unaware that there's like a... I'll put it this way. I think it's cool, I guess, that there are various pocket monsters that are themed after fossil critters and modern critters and stuff like that. But it does hurt my heart a little bit when lots of people online, or even people I meet in real life, they know all about the Pokemon, and they're not even aware that the real animal exists in the world today along with them, you know? Do you know what I mean? But anyway, yeah. And Alexander Morrison just got the alligator skull today. That's a genuine one. And it just arrived from Florida. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. But anyway, I want to continue this video here. Tiktaalik, let's continue.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before.
Karuma Hana. No. Karumao Hana, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is something that had never been seen before. This particular stage in the evolution of tetrapods. This was a big deal. Tiktaalik.
Fossils ever discovered, showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old. And we used to just...
This one's Eusthenopteron, like I showed you in the book. The one that's been known about since well before the 1950s.
Like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that doesn't have scales, and it's modified the fins to become limbs, arms and legs. And the head's very different. It has a flat head with eyes on top and a neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, is a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the
Gotcha,
fin
Karuma. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a
D-Man,
very
thanks for the
amphibian-like
follow.
thing
Welcome,
with a
welcome.
flat head with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take
to the global and serious game of paleontology.
And Sam J. Parrish, thank you for the follow. You notice we've got the alerts back on now that they're not as... Thank you so much for all the follows earlier, everybody. Sorry I had the alerts turned off. They would have just been a little too much. But now we've got them on again, if anybody wants to follow.
the fin apart. When we look inside the fin, as in this cast here, what you'll see it is bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist, bone for bone. So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
Yep. And that wasn't a real board game. It's from it's like a little prop from a documentary. Ellie's bid. Yeah.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has
Bingo! Archaeopteryx, right here on our wall today.
a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Well, smallish land animals, about deer size, something like that. Maybe a little smaller, but we just talked about that too. See, I'm trying to set things up so that we can, I don't know, so that things click.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear.
Oh, so pandas, that's a... Here, for some context, pandas here is in reference to this book. That I have here. I have 2 copies of this, which is nuts. But this is a creationist textbook, which tries to claim that we don't have any good fossils and that animals must just poof into existence magically, which of course is incorrect. The creationists were trying to get this book put into public classrooms in the US, and that's what this trial was all about. That's why he says pandas.
We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
Yep.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's a huge influence. I mean, like this, it's a major, major problem in the United States. If you're watching from overseas right now, if you're watching from a different country, maybe count yourself lucky, especially if you got to learn about evolution in school, because here in the US, that's rare. Like, if a biology teacher, if she's actually teaching evolution in a public high school in the United States, that probably means she's a really good teacher, and she probably had to fight really hard to be able to do that. Because the powers that be in the US want to discourage the teaching of evolution as much as possible, because they don't want people to actually understand the history of life on Earth, you know? Like, and it almost sounds like some sort of... Well, hang on a second. Mark Melvin! Holy moly! 20 gift subs there. Thank you, thank you.
Mark Melvin just gifted 20 subs.
Really appreciate that, Mark Melvin. Thank you, thank you. Spectacular. There are 20 chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Mark Melvin, for your generosity. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you very, very much. Spectacular. We are now more than halfway to our goal, by the way. Excellent. This is kind of whiplash, but from something very good to something really lousy. The people who are running the US government right now detest the idea of biology or evolution. This guy is second in line to the presidency. He's blamed school shootings on the teaching of evolution in school. These are the people in charge here in the United States, you know? Just bonkers. You know? Anyway, thank you, Mark Melvin, for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. This is why I do what I do, you know? This is... The world makes so much more sense when you understand natural history. When you start to develop an understanding of where different organisms come from and how they're related to one another, you kind of see the world with new eyes. And it helps you appreciate ourselves and our own lives.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
That first one wasn't actually a dinosaur. That was a Dimetrodon. XC Crip, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. The world is a richer and more vibrant place. You can appreciate it all the more when you understand where different things come from, you know? At least I think so. And I want other people to have that too. You know, this shouldn't just be the domain of professional paleontologists. I think everyone has a right to understand and appreciate the world around them. It shouldn't be some arcane privileged knowledge that only a few people get to have. Everyone should have access to this. That's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch, you know? So yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Fiona the T-Rex, yeah. We might... I'll give you a link to that documentary, by the way. It's really good. It's called Judgment Day, Intelligent Design on Trial. Here's a link. I'll show you the trailer if anybody wants to watch it.
On Nova.
I believe there is an intelligent design. In the beginning, God created.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
An extraordinary court case ignites a small town.
There's like a civil war within the community, there's no question.
And puts science itself on trial.
Very important things were at stake. One is the future of science education in this country.
Nova reveals the story behind the headlines.
Anywhere you turned, we were getting attacked.
Witnesses started dropping like flies.
And probes the question, is intelligent design a scientific alternative to evolution?
Properly the
spoiler, no.
Science class.
or religion in disguise.
It's a violation of everything we mean and everything we understand by science.
Judgment Day, intelligent design on trial on Nova.
Yeah. It's good stuff. So that's the link that I just gave you there in the chat. The whole thing is up on YouTube. So, yeah. And there you go, Jaded Rabbit. Yeah, and I do not... I want to make this very, very clear. I'm not trying to be disparaging toward anybody of any kind of religious faith.
One of these archaeologists fellas.
Well, there's pretty other...
Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the raid.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 10 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Thank you, Filippo, for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Filippo Bertozzo is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist who's here on Twitch. He normally streams in Italian, but on weekends, when I'm not streaming, he is streaming in English about paleontology. You should go give him a follow if you're interested in fossil science. He is Twitch's other resident dinosaur paleontologist. Go give him a follow. What was I saying just a moment ago? Yeah, my problem is not at all with people of any religious faith. That's not... And I don't mean to be disparaging of anybody's particular religious faith. Not about that. What I'm against is when people use their purported religious faith to try and oppress other people, to keep them ignorant, to fight against science. That's bad for everybody. It's also bad for religion, too, you know? If you're building your religious faith on a foundation of sand, so to speak, like if you're making it so that some of the core tenets of your particular religious sect or whatever are built on things that are demonstrably untrue, like if you were to say, hey, in order to be part of our religious group, you can't believe in the idea of gravity. You just can't do it. We're against it. We think gravity is a tool of the devil. Then we've got an issue, you know? When you start to try and muscle your way into the domain of science, you're actively trying to harm science, which is an incredibly powerful, useful, positive thing for humanity, then we've got an issue, you know? Does that make sense? That's what I was saying before this wonderful raid. Filippo, again, I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, my goodness, I'm starting to regret ever giving them the Sweetie Pie or Mini Pie the new special treats because they like them so much and they keep coming back. So yeah. Anywho. Played Path of Titans. Had a bad encounter with an ornithochyrid pterosaur while playing as Thalassadromius? Wait, Thalassadromius. Is Thalassadromius a plesiosaur or is that Thalassamodon? There's so many Thalassa this, Thalassa that. Alright, Thalassamodon is the plesiosaur. Thalassadromius has got to be a pterosaur, huh? Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, a big Tapajarid pterosaur, maybe? Yeah, very cool. Anyway, hope you had a good time, Filippo. Thanks for bringing everybody over. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho. And yeah, Pterosaurus Petrodactylus. One of these days we'll have a special pterosaur stream. But, yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Not today. Oh. Yeah. scratches. Little belly scratches. You like that? Yeah. We still have to do Metazoa here in a few minutes, so we'll get into that while Sweetie Pie pushes my camera around. She's very fond of that. Don't stick your tail in my water. Yeah. But I think I gotta give her... I've already paid rent like twice today. I need to do that again? Okay, okay. Time to pay rent once more. Oh, not going over my ceratopsia. This is precarious. Oh, that's going to go back to this. It's balanced so delicately. There we go. All right. What you wanted? Oh, I think so. I think so. Look at that. A whole bunch for you. Better chew them up good. They're good for your teeth. At least that's what the marketing says. Ugh. And Rushbring says Sweetie knows when the raids come in. It certainly appears so, huh? Anyway, continuing on this idea of the grand tree of life, we're gonna do some Metazoa. Oh, see you later, Sweetie Pie. She's had her fill, apparently. Like I said, as far as we know, all living things on our planet came from a common ancestor about 3.5, maybe 4 billion years ago. Using this knowledge, using this kind of mindset, we can better understand why living things are the way that they are. And one cool place where this proffers us a big advantage is here on Metazoa. This is a daily animal guessing challenge. We have to try and figure out what the mystery animal of the day is, using an evolutionary family tree as our framework. We've got 20 guesses to try and figure out which species of animal is the mystery one today. Do you think we can do it? History would say yes, because we've done this many times, but let's dive into that.
Hold on to your butts.
Here's our mystery animal. We don't know what it is. Gotta try and figure it out. The way it works is, this is kind of like the game Wordle, if you're familiar with that, where you kind of narrow things down bit by little bit. You might be really close or really far with your first guess, but you narrow it down. This is a lot like that, but using an evolutionary family tree. This game is heavily biased toward mammals, for sure. So I usually like to start off with a placental mammal and go from there. That often saves us a few guesses. So, give me the name of a placental mammal, chat, and we'll start off there. Placental mammals are the mammals who don't have a pouch, like marsupials, and they don't lay eggs like monotremes. So it's most mammal species. Honey badger's a good one, Cacklinsworth. Let's see if they have that. They have honey bee, but they don't have honey badger. No. We did rat yesterday, Alexander Morrison. Felis sylvestris is the, who is that? It's not a lynx. Is it a forest cat or something? Felis sylvestris? Sea lion, rhino, orca, anteater. Oh, forest cat. Nice. Cow. Let's do sea lion. I like that. Sea lion is a kind of pinniped, which is a carnivorous mammal. A caniform carnivoran. Let's start with sea lion and see where that gets us. Nowhere close, because our critter is nowhere close to mammals, but yeah. We said, hey, Metazua, is today's animal a sea lion? Metazua says, nope, best I can do for you today is bilateria. So, bilaterally symmetrical animals. It's about as far as you could get, really. Well, almost. Bilaterally symmetrical animals is a big group. It's still like 1.4 million species. So, it's not going to be an acelomorph flatworm. And it's not going to be a deuterostome, or else it would have said deuterostomia. So our critter has got to be a protostome instead. By the number, I'll probably guess like ladybug. Try and knock out the beetles, and thus the insects. Let's try that. Ladybug, also known as a ladybird beetle in the UK. And that was a good guess. It's a good strategy there. So with 2 guesses, we've been able to narrow it down from 1.4 million species to Holometabola.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Thank you. Generic Out-ended Costrito. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, it took me a minute to get your name. Alright, so our critter is an insect. So we've been able to narrow it down from 1.4 million to 780,000. It's okay, I guess. Let's see. It's not going to be a beetle. We at least know that it's not part of this clade. Our critter could very well be a hymenopteran. Ants, bees, and wasps. Let's try that. Like, how many different ant species do we have? Carpenter ant and fire ant. That's nuts. There's like thousands of species of ant, aren't there? And Metazoo has 2. Let's try that. Let's try fire ant. See if our critter is a hymenopteran. And that did not get us anywhere. That's frustrating. Okay. Yeah, and no worries, Generic. You're all good. So it's not going to be a hymenopteran. It's not going to be a beetle. Could it be a moth? Asks Kate did. Or could be a Katie did. Are moths part of Holometabola? They've got to be, right? So Lepidoptera is the moths and butterflies. And they are over here. Yeah, let's try one of them. Moth. Let's try Atlas moth. Oh, well. It is, it would seem, a clade of macromoths and butterflies. Obtectomera. Sweetie pie, you were just here a second ago. Here. What's this clade called? There we go. Alright, they don't have I spelled it right. They just don't have this clade listed. Butterflies and moths are Lepidoptera. Let's look this up on Wikipedia real quick. All right. 100,000 species and at least 12 superfamilies. So, moths. True butterflies. Old world butterfly moths. We search butterfly and monarch butterfly is the only option. Could it be? Let's give it a shot. You ready, chat?
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. That's it. Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, very nice. What does this bring my average down to? Let's see. I don't know if I'll post it. I actually forgot to do another Blue Sky post earlier today. We got that huge raid from Kit Boga, which was excellent. And my guess, yeah, still at 5.2 average guesses, which is pretty good. Here, I'll post that. Yeah. Got stuck in Endo Terrigoda for a bit. That happens, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, lovely. Monarch butterflies are really, really cool critters, and I'm eager to actually help them out here where I live because they're under serious threat here in North America. Yeah, let's take a look at... Let's see. Let's take a look at this.
I remember my first time going to Mexico to see the monarch butterflies. I remember walking up the trail and going up these small little concrete steps, and the steps gradually turned to a dirt path. That dirt path meandered through the Oyamel firs, beautiful, towering trees all around me, where inside it opened up into this incredible amphitheater teeming with monarch butterflies. And it was pure magnificence. And when I looked up and saw these monarchs, I felt like I had just discovered something that I knew somehow deep inside me would be important for the rest of my life.
Hey, Beast's butterflies are metal as heck if you think about it. I mean, they have incredible migrations, for one thing. And they, like, during metamorphosis, they break down their whole body and reform it. Like, that's pretty wild when you actually stop and ponder what that means, you know? It's really cool.
About 100 miles outside of Mexico City is a small town called Angungueo. Angungueo used to be a silver mining town, and it was that way for many, many decades.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
Kyle Supreme.
We protect our fossils because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Rather, Kyle Super Me, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
If you're going to go deeper and deeper into the earth, it takes more and more money, more and more technology, and essentially the town was running out of that money. Butterfly ecotourism kind of showed up not too far after that and provided this really magical sense of income flying in from the heavens to deliver a better way to make money.
You're right back.
One of the things I find most fascinating about the monarch is it looks like a dainty little butterfly that is fragile, and if you touch it, it's gonna break. In a lot of ways, it couldn't be further from the truth. These things are hardy. They fly thousands of miles and arrive unscathed. Once the migration starts in late summer, early fall, they fly 3,000 miles down to Mexico. They overwinter for 4.5 or 5 months, and then it takes about 3 or 4 generations to leapfrog back up to repopulate the rest of North America. And it's unfortunately been steadily declining since the 90s. One of the biggest issues historically has been deforestation. And you can imagine why that's a concern, is these butterflies are roosting, they're sitting, quasi-hibernating on trees. If those trees are not there, that's a problem. Where are they gonna go? The conservation community realized that these forests were in danger, and in order for this yearly migration to happen, these monarchs are coming back to the exact same trees every year, and the forest is disappearing. So we've got to act.
Yep.
WWF, we are working here in the Monarch Reserve to restore.
Rushming says that blows my mind that it takes them several generations to migrate. Yeah. And they've been doing this for millions of years. That's kind of astonishing, right? You know, isn't there like a sort of like a stand-up comedian who had a joke about that, about the Oregon Trail? It might have been Louis C.K., but he's like, yeah, you and your family, you're trying to walk all the way from New York to California, walking alongside these covered wagons, and like people are dying on the trip, new babies are being born. It's like you're a whole different group of people by the time you show up. This is like that, where it's like several generations. Individual butterflies only make it part of the journey, then they have babies who make the next part of the journey. Like, that's nuts to think about, you know?
5 months, and then it takes about 3 or 4 generations to leapfrog back up to repopulate the rest of North America. And it's unfortunately been steadily declining since the 90s.
Yeah, Ship of Theseus migration. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, yeah, wild.
The forest through the reforestation, because these forests are the most important forests for the overwintering of the monarch here in Mexico. I think the most important challenge here is change the mind of the people. The owner of the forest are the key to preserve it.
We're talking about tens of thousands of people around these monarch biosphere reserves. If you don't get them involved, they're gonna be resentful. You know, why are you telling me I can't cut down my trees? But if you get them involved, it completely turns it around, and all of a sudden they're the biggest proponents for it. They're the ones making sure the trees don't get cut down.
It's the same thing with leatherback turtles too, you know? Same concept.
Now that tourism has moved in because of the monarch butterfly, there are just so many jobs. And it ranges
Hola y bienvenidos.
from hotels to
Buenos.
dinners and lunches to operating souvenir stands and the ticket booths here, the caballeros that own horses, taking people on horseback up to the colonies. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people employed directly due to tourism for the monarch butterflies.
There you go.
The point is that the people discover the value of their own forest, not only for the monarch, for themselves, because if they use in a very sustainable way the forest, they can have better quality of life. This ejido is an example of that.
It's a boom of tourism. They make a lot of money locally, but what do they do the rest of the year? Well, taking care of trees, planting trees. This is the tree nursery that we're looking at. Got some pines and some firs here in the distance. This is part of a vast reforestation effort from World Wildlife Fund.
Tree nursery is the most important project in the Monarch Reserve. We have currently a very disturbed forest. If we recover the forest, we are going to have more businesses for the people, more places where the monarch can to establish colonies, a lot of positive things that we are reach if we recover the forest.
Because of the conservation work done by WWF and the local people, the forest is regrowing and deforestation has slowed significantly. It's still a problem, but the monarch forest is now relatively stable. And what we need to do now is protect them better in North America. It all comes down to making sure they have enough habitat to support the food sources they need to survive. Food sources as caterpillars, which is milkweed,
Yeah.
food sources.
I'm growing some
like
milkweed here at my house.
As natural prairies and fields are converted into agriculture or development, that habitat that once was a great home to just a bunch of random weeds, milkweeds amongst them, is now disappearing and turning into parking lots and agricultural fields. And so we're really concerned that if that food resource continues to decrease, it's a bad thing for the monarchs, of course. So we now need to take the same conservation spirit and energy from down here in Mexico and use it to protect the monarch's route back through North America. The overall monarch population has been declining, and they were recently listed as an endangered species by the IUCN. But I have every bit of faith that if we do the things that we now know from the research, from the conservation, from the tourism, from the biology, from the generating global support and love of the monarch butterfly, they will absolutely rebound. We just have to give nature a chance.
Amen to that. And that reminds me, I really need to get back in touch with World Wildlife Fund. There's a link to that video there. I want to do some leatherback turtle work with World Wildlife Fund. If anybody's tuning in for the first time, and I know some of you are, have I not mentioned that yet today? This is a newfound, one might say, obsession of mine. Last May, I was lucky enough to go on a trip to Puerto Rico for the first time. Land of my ancestors. And while I was there, nearly every single beach I went to had sea turtle nests on it, usually from leatherback turtles. This is a creature that I had always known about, like, from the time I was really little. I always knew that this animal was really special. They're kind of your quintessential Mesozoic marine reptile. So, like, they're straight out of the Cretaceous period. Leatherback turtles. They're just astonishing animals. But never did they feel close to home until I saw those nests there on the beach. It's like something clicked in my mind, and they felt so much more real, and I realized I'm in a position where I could do something to help protect them. Because these are astonishing animals, and when people hear about them, when they see them, something magical happens. You know? Just what an amazing creature. We share our planet with these guys today. At least for the time being. They've been around for at least 80 million years, since the Cretaceous period. They are at risk of extinction now. Their populations have plummeted within the last few decades, like more than 95%. They desperately need our help. It's because of human activities that their numbers are plummeting, by the way. Overfishing and beach destruction, artificial lighting and plastic pollution, getting caught in fishing gear and stuff like that, poaching of their eggs. They're kind of pressed on all sides, these animals. These magnificent creatures are in steep decline entirely because of us. But you know what? We can turn it around. We've done it before for other species. Bald eagles nearly went extinct in the United States. So did bison. And there are parts of the world where leatherback turtles do seem to be making a comeback, at least to a certain extent, because of the hard work of certain people. We here in this community can make a difference there too. And again, if you're new here, let me me show you some of the stuff that we've been doing. Interviewing experts on leatherback turtles. Like Scott Benson back in December. We got to talk with Scott. Right.
Which is very unique.
Yeah,
You don't see this in other populations around the world, other leatherback populations that have, using the same beach, but
different times
two times a year.
Right, yeah. Interesting. Wow. Now, do you get adult turtles that'll kind of switch between different populations or anything like that? Like
we haven't seen that, like a summer nester
lake.
suddenly becoming a winter nester.
Right, yeah.
No, we haven't seen that, but there are folks working on the beaches there to
and then interviewing Jeanette Wyneken just a little while ago. Where was that? One of the world authorities on these critters. Interesting. So the pink spot itself can be, it's unique among individual turtles. You can, almost like a fingerprint or something like that. That's really cool. Yeah. There's actually a new paper that just came out, I think last week or the week before.
And, admittedly, I have not seen a male leatherback in breeding conditions, so
interesting.
I'm not going to be able to comment on whether they have that, what we call a floppy belly or not. I mean, they're already flexible enough; they may not need it, but I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's a link to this one too. I'm hoping we can meet up with Jeanette Wyneken in person in Florida in May and visit her facility there. There we go. I'm hoping we can do a stream from here. We'll see. It's one of the things I'm going to be working on tomorrow when I have the day off from streaming. Sending out some emails and trying to work on this. So this is Florida Atlantic University.
Hi, my name is Emily Turla, and I'm the laboratory coordinator for the FAU Marine Science Lab. I've been here since February of 2018, and today I'm going to walk you guys around, and you're going to get to see some of our research animals and some of our different research sites in the lab. So this is the area where we raise leatherback sea turtles, which is one of the 3 species that we bring into the lab. And
amazing.
We're actually the only lab in the world that raises leatherback sea turtles because they're so challenging to keep in captivity. This is because they need specific water quality parameters. They need a gelatinous diet like jellyfish, which is really hard to mimic in the lab. They're susceptible to disease, and they don't understand barriers. So they're out in the open ocean, swimming around, not encountering any barriers. So when you put them in a tank,
it's tethered swimming.
Them from hitting the sides of it.
Yeah.
So leatherbacks require really specific water quality parameters because they're out in the open ocean. They need water that mimics clean open ocean water. So we put our water through a series of filtration systems to make sure that it's clean, doesn't have any microbes or particles in it, and that it's at a specific temperature. And behind me is the protein skimmer, which is just one part of that water filtration system.
So yeah, this is quite the operation. I really want to be able to show this to you, so I need to work things out with them, and maybe we can run a fundraiser for their lab as well. But it's one of the things that I want to do to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation this year. So I was thinking about doing another stream tomorrow, like a special bonus Friday stream, to make up for our missed stream on Monday, because I wasn't feeling well. But I'm already way behind on emails, and I need to catch up. This is one of the things that I'm trying to catch up with, so forgive me for only streaming 3 days this week, rather than our full 4 like we normally do. But I gotta jump on this, you know? Anyhow. Thank you, Top Trike. Appreciate that. I also need to contact some of my paleontologist colleagues and ask if they'd be interested in co-authoring a paper with me on the fossil history of leatherback turtles. I want to write a review paper. I talked about this, what, yesterday or the day before? We've got... the modern leatherback turtle, as astonishingly large as it is still smaller than some of the giant marine turtles of the Cretaceous period, the last period in the age of dinosaurs. Things like Protostega and Archelon get absolutely enormous. Are these critters related to leatherbacks? Are they part of the same lineage? Or are they different? You will hear different opinions about this from different researchers. It's still kind of unclear, it seems. I desperately want to figure this out. Yeah, like Archosaurs, the ruling reptiles, Archelon. Here we go. All of these weird and wonderful animals inhabiting it. There's Archelon there. Enormous animal. So cool. This, of course, is Archelon. So, this is, I think it might still be the largest turtle that ever lived. It is. At least we think so. Astonishing. There's other ones like Stupendemes, which is a giant freshwater turtle from, I think, the Paleocene of Colombia. Is that right? But it's probably not as big as Archelon. Leatherback sea turtles today are pretty big. They could be like the size of a small car. This is like the size of a large car. Archelon. The largest turtle ever found, according to the signage. Its name means ruler turtle or king turtle, yeah. Like Archosaurs, the ruling reptiles, Archelon. Let me know if there you go, Neverwinter, yeah. Pretty neat. So these bones along there are osteoderms that are fused onto the ribcage. So a lot of turtles will have these osteoderms, the bones that make up the plastron and the carapace, that are kind of star-shaped like that. They've got these finger-like projections. Trinicid turtles are like this too. On there. And so, like a leatherback sea turtle, these guys, their shell is not completely enclosed, by bone. A lot of hollows in it. So anyway, like a modern leatherback, these guys, their carapace is more enclosed than a modern leatherback. It would have been less flexible than a modern leatherback. But there are striking similarities. So the question is, is Archelon a close relative of leatherbacks, or is it not? You will hear different opinions from different paleontologists about this. I really want to figure this out, or see this get figured out. I figure the best way that I can speed that process along is to write what we call a review paper. Any scientists or other academics in the audience might already know what this is, but essentially, it's like a book report. You go through everything that you can find that's been published in the scientific literature, in different scientific journals, all these different papers that people have written, and you basically summarize that. You say, this is the current state of knowledge as it exists now. Do with that what you will. And if you do that, like, I believe there have been studies that have, like, meta-studies that have been done on if you write a review paper on a certain subject, it can help speed that subject along. Like, that field can see a boost because other people read this and they go, oh, all right, so this is what we currently know? Well, shoot, I have these data over here. I have this specimen. That might have bearing on this. Maybe I should work on this. Maybe I should publish on that. You're kind of bringing everybody current to like what the cutting edge is right now, and then they could run with it from there. I'm hoping I can do that for this question. Are the protostegid turtles, like good old Archelon here, are they related to leatherbacks or are they not? I'm really curious about this. Maybe I can help drive the field forward a little bit if I write and publish a paper kind of saying, here's everything everybody has written about this before, here it is, go to work, everyone, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And what do you think with the knowledge you have? I don't feel like I know enough about this right now, Top Trike, to have any kind of opinion at all. I don't deserve to have an opinion yet. I am too ignorant at the moment. But that's the cool thing, is that in the process of writing a review paper like this, I will learn a great deal, and maybe I'll know enough to be able to develop an opinion. Does that make sense? This is as much to bring me current as it is to bring everybody else current, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm not a turtle person. Like, up until the last year, I've not really read much about turtles. I've excavated a few turtles in the field before, but I've not actually studied turtle osteology. But I've been trying to do that a lot this past year. I've gathered a fair number of books, and I've been reading through them. Here. There's the turtle shelf up there. So, everything from here, and some of these too, a bunch of these are on turtles. Like, I'm trying to better familiarize myself with, Testudinese, the turtles. So I've been reading some like general turtle books cover to cover. Trying to read more technical papers on turtles. I've been learning some stuff, but I'm not a turtle person yet, you know? Once I start actually publishing some papers on these critters and going to conferences on turtles and everything, that's when I can actually rightfully call myself a turtle person. Right now, I think I can say that,
I like turtles.
But a turtle person I am not. Not yet. You know? So anyway. Yeah. Does that make sense? And Rushwing says freshwater turtles generally don't get as big as marine ones, right? Sea turtles tend to be bigger than freshwater turtles. Yeah, that's true. You do get some enormous freshwater turtles today in, like, Southern Asia. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, some of them do get really big. Some of the trionychids, the soft-shell turtles in particular. Actually, that's an extinct one, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, you get really big soft shells today. Soft shell is a misnomer. They do have a hard shell. It's just covered up by skin. So they've got like a hard bony shell underneath. And snapping turtles can get pretty big also. Yeah, I think they get called soft shell turtles because they just kind of look like a big blob. They kind of look like they're melting. But that's, deceptive. You look at that turtle and you go, he's got no neck. What's going on there? He's got the shortest neck in the world. No, don't let him fool you. Check this out. Braina2 says, I have a friend like that, no neck at all. Well, again, this is deceptive. And Dr. Terror, that's exactly what I have pulled up right now. It's just YouTube is being real slow. There we go. River monsters. Yeah. Whoa! Bam! See that? Nuts! Like, look how long that neck is. That is crazy. So the head was way back here, and it goes... Zoof. Nuts. Crazy, you know? These are formidable predators. You know, they'll eat invertebrates, they'll eat ray fin fishes, they'll eat amphibians, they'll eat whatever they can get their mouths around, really. Yeah. Like a heron, but the shell covering it. There you go, Rushwing. Yeah. Yeah. Really impressive. Really impressive. Yeah. So yeah, when you look at the skeleton, it makes a lot more sense. Here's the Indian narrow-headed soft-shelled turtle. The neck is longer than its body is. Or at least very close. It's impressive, you know? Like, they've got quite a neck. And sometimes they kind of show that off. Sometimes they demonstrate that for you. But, most of the time... Yeah, most of the time it's kind of pulled back like this. Yeah. And Top Trike says, how does it store its neck? Is it coiled up or something? Yeah. It retracts it into the shell, and it's like an S-curve. So it's got dorsoventral flexion. So here we go. Within cryptodiers, this is most turtle species today, the neck pulls in like that, and it kind of retracts more or less vertically. Does that make sense? Like a vertical S-curve? As opposed to the side neck turtles, the pleurodires, where they retract their neck into the side. Oh, Mini Pie. Goodness. You're back again? Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Tara, I just mentioned Stupendemes from the Paleocene of Colombia, right? Yeah, we think it's probably not as big as things like Archelon, but we don't have a very big sample size, so... But yeah. My goodness, you're just all over the place, Mini Pie. Just demanding more tribute, exactly. Dinosaurs, yeah. How you doing? How you doing? You're getting cat hair all over the microphone. She goes, cat hair? I just call that hair. Fair. New giant turtles from the Pliocene. Or Pleistocene? What are you doing? But yeah. Anywho. What's really nuts is here's a Florida softshell turtle. And it can pull its head like basically all the way into its shell. It just has no... The neck is completely inside its ribcage. Inside that shell. That's bonkers. Like, how crazy is that? Florida softshell turtle. Yeah, who is that, by the way? What's the genus and species on that critter? Oh, ow. Mini Pie, you bonked your head on the mic. You okay? I heard that. Oh. Oh. Here, let's pay our landlord again here. And get back to turtle talk. Oh. Look at those. Delightful. And Jean Wen, poor kitty, is starving. No, she has her very own feeder that is programmed to only open when this little dongle on her collar is within range of it. It's got an RFID chip. It is full of food. It automatically dispenses food every time she walks up to it. Plus, so that's for dry food. She also has as much wet food as she can eat. I think she's kind of bored more than anything else, honestly. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon is correct. Cats are dramatic and behave as if they're starving. Yeah. Never been fed ever. There you go, Gene. Yeah. Apologies. Still getting over this, these stubborn symptoms. Let's see if we can find Florida softshell turtle. There we go. Apollona ferox. Okay. We'll look at what the skeleton looks like for these guys. Knowing that they can retract their head way, way, way back so you can't see their neck at all. What does their skeleton look like?
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor.
Rocky, Sponge and their 7 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Rock is Sponge, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Rocky raid indeed. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Primanton and Katha, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Night Thievery, what's shaking? Hey, for anybody who's new here, let me play a quick little channel trailer to welcome you to Paleontologizing and explain what we're all about here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. And finish President Evil 9. Super happy. Good for you, finishing off an evil president. I'm not going to finish that thought. Well, thank you for raiding in. I appreciate you. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur? What? Uncivilized, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Rock is Sponge, again, I'm glad you had a good stream. Resident Evil 9, glad you had fun with that. That's the new hot game right now, right? I don't do a lot of video games here on stream, but I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Let me know if you have any questions about fossil science, that kind of thing. We're talking about turtles because, well, shoot, I'm getting involved with these guys. This is real. What an astonishing animal. This is Dermachelys coriacea, the modern leatherback turtle. This is not a dinosaur, but it is from the age of dinosaurs. This lineage split off from the rest of the turtles probably back in the Cretaceous period, about 80 million years ago, give or take. And they're still around today, but they are in desperate need of conservation help because people have been making it very difficult for them. People slaughter them, steal their eggs, catch them in fishing nets, pollute their homes with plastic garbage. These critters are kind of beset on all sides, and their population numbers have dropped like 95% just within the last couple decades. But they can recover. We just need to do something to help them. And we're going to be doing that here on this channel in the next few months, so I'm very excited about that. So even though I work on dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are what I'm trained in, what I publish on, what my experience is in, I'm trying to get into turtles, too. And Kathy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Holy cow.
Join us as we unravel some of the mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past.
Then 97 Raiders wanna hear about those terrible lizards.
Kathy, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for joining us. Holy moly. And thank you.
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Grim7 TV,
This
Els
quarry
Draws,
has provided scientists
Miniana,
with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
and Grim M Mommy, thank you for the follows.
Don't exist no more.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Phenomenal. I really appreciate you bringing everybody over, Kathy. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. What were you getting up to? Your hyper tomboy dinosaur? Well, holy moly, you were in the right place, Kathy. Wonderful to meet you. My name is Danny Anduza, and I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up, I study them, I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature, and I talk about dinosaurs here on Twitch. We just played a quick little channel trailer, but I'll do it again for you and your lovely raiders. This is what we're all about here on this channel. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. One of my stickers from TwitchCon. Excellent. Kathy, I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Welcome, welcome. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for... Oh, and thank you. Naam Thweebs, thank you for the follow. Welcome. For museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience, and cyber apathy.
Paleontologying.
Thank you for the follow as well. Howdy, howdy. It's Q&A. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, that's what we're all about here. Welcome. Somebody asked if Giganotosaurus is a real dinosaur. It is, yeah. Did you discuss the Tyrannosaur paper yet? No, I actually haven't had a chance to, Paralititan. No worries. Glad you're here. And thank you, Spartan, for those gift subs. 10 lucky chatters.
So Spartan Zero
will
is
not have to watch
overloading
any
the
ads
system
for
with
the
10
next
gift
month.
subs.
Thank you. Spartan. They're just as excited, I'm sure, as this lovely tinamou bird here. Very excited about your generosity. Oh, shoot! Thank you, Spartan. Holy moly. Getting ever closer to our sub goal. We might even make this by the end of the day. Who knows? Thank you, Spartan. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. I don't have to write grant proposals or sit in bureaucratic meetings, committee meetings, none of that stuff. I get to do research, fieldwork, I get to travel and go to conferences and publish papers and all of that good stuff because of the outreach that I do here on Twitch. This is how I fund all the other aspects of my work, and it's an incredible privilege, and I am deeply, deeply grateful to everybody who makes that possible, including Spartan there. With those generous 10 gift subs, I really appreciate that, Spartan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I was about to talk about Giganotosaurus because somebody had a question about that real quick. As someone very helpfully added, the name Giganotosaurus means giant southern lizard. Where's that famous illustration of it? It was all the rage in the 90s. When I was a kid, Giganotosaurus was brand new, exciting news. That's redundant. But, Giganotosaurus and Gasparinosaura. That's how I find it. That iconic illustration. Shoot, where is that? It was, what's the name of the artist? Was it James Gurney? Did Gurney paint that one? Yeah, here we go. Iconic illustration. Some of you might remember this from the 90s. It's not super high res, but Giganotosaurus. Famous for, at the time, being the largest carnivorous dinosaur ever found. It's kind of debated whether or not this is truly larger than T-Rex. It's like, what do we mean by larger? Does it mean longer? Does it mean heavier? Does it mean taller? Rushwing, thank you for the 5 gift
really
subs
wants
there.
ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Rushwing, for your generosity. 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Superb. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Plus, they'll get all those emotes too, like these and these and these and these and these and these. The leatherback turtle ones too. Thank you, Rushwing. Anyway, this critter's probably slightly longer than T-Rex, but not heavier. Probably not taller. If you're what you doing? Megatheropods. Again, these are mostly size estimates.
Flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, in it. Dirter. That's what this thing is like.
Thank you, P.A. Chanis. Cash for bones. Thank you.
Dirter.
For keeping me here online. For the past 9 months.
Is
really
overloading the
that.
system with 10 gift subs.
And Uncle Dud, another 10 gift subs.
Dirter.
Making this tinamou bird quite excited. Appreciate your generosity there. Oh, shoot! Don't worry, he'll be okay. Thank you, Uncle Dud, for your generosity. Superb. Appreciate you. Ms. Art Rules says duck. No, not a duck, a tinamou. Kind of paleonath bird. These guys are, they're cooler than they get credit for being. People take them for granted. but they're really neat birds. And they're surprisingly speciose. Like there's
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Gav1816, for the 100 bits, contributing to our hype train here. We're about a third of the way to a level 5 with 3.5 minutes left. Let's see if we get there. They lay Easter eggs, by the way. Not a joke. Well, kind of a joke. Their eggs are very brightly colored. Yeah. And there was a new species described last year of tinamou, really?
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Kathy, for the 7 months of support, and thank you, Dr. Irrefutable, for the 500 bits. Really appreciate that. Excellent. Again, these broadcasts would not be possible without the support of good folks like you, so thank you for that. Yeah. Oh boy, and now we're going to get into a discussion about the mystery surrounding tinamou eggs. Thank you, Trek Nerd, for the 30 bits there. It's debated why these birds lay these crazy, brightly colored eggs. One idea is that they actually are camouflage, which I find a little bit hard to believe that really brightly colored eggs like this are camouflage. Like, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. One idea is that the really bright color of the eggs is evolutionary blackmail. Because the way that this works is the male tinamou... Well, here. I'll let Animal Fact Files describe this, so it's not just me, you know?
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing the tinamous.
Yeah, so these are related to critters like ostriches and rheas, but, and they've got a super wide range. Central and South America, they're all over the place. And they have these really brightly colored eggs.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Small Man, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you,
They're also hunted for their tender meat and fabulous eggs. Tinamou eggs are arguably the most beautiful bird eggs in the world. They come in bright green, blue, and even purple, putting any Easter eggs to utter shame.
Huh.
Most tinamou species have stable populations, though just under a dozen are listed as vulnerable.
Wait, hang on. No detail about why the eggs are so brightly colored? Oh, here we go.
When a group of females come upon a male, he'll put on a display and use his voice to let them know he's an attractive mate.
So, yeah, like in all paleonath birds that I'm aware of, this whole clade of birds, here, let's jump to birds, the aves here. Stop. There we go. And Call Me Trash, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support there. Excellent. I don't know if we're quite going to get to a level 5, but I appreciate all the support. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, modern birds, you can subdivide into 2 major groups. The neonaths, which is the vast majority of all the species. How many species? 9,000! Yeah. And then the paleonaths with 61. Not as many. All of these guys, ostriches, rheas, cassowaries, emus, and tinamous, plus the kiwi, right? The kiwi are part of this as well? Well, maybe not. Are kiwis neonaths? No, they are paleonaths. Yeah, there's kiwi there. I don't know if it's true of kiwi, but for all the rest of these guys, The dad is who takes care of the eggs and the babies. The females will walk up to a male. If they like him, they'll breed with him, and then they'll lay their eggs in his nest. So, and then he's single dad walking around after that with a bunch of babies. But before that, he has to sit on the eggs. He has to incubate them. He is solely responsible for brooding the eggs, hatching them, and then caring for the babies.
Here's another call, since it's easily become one of my favorite bird calls. The male mates with all the females in his territory, and they each lay all of their eggs in his nest.
Yep.
After laying, they move on to find another male with which to mate, much like the rheas to whom they're related.
Yep.
One hypothesis as to why tinamou eggs are so brightly colored is that their conspicuous nature forces the male to sit on them and stay put, so they're hidden from watchful eyes.
So it's called the evolutionary blackmail hypothesis. That maybe the females are like, well, he might want to go off and feed, go do other things. We're going to make our eggs really brightly colored, so he can't do that. He has to sit there and hide the eggs from predators. Nature has to force dad to stay home. I mean, that's an idea, you know? It's disputed. Like, this is a difficult thing to test. Like, science is not about telling stories. Science is not about having hunches. Science is about testing ideas using evidence. And these different ideas are kind of difficult to test. Like, how do you run an experiment to figure out why the eggs are brightly colored? You know? Yeah.
This gives the ladies a chance to seek out other partners. There can be upwards of 16 eggs in a nest, and the male does all the incubation himself for about 20 days.
Yeah.
The chicks leave the nest and begin eating within their first day of life. Little is...
Yeah, anyway, if you want to learn more about tinamous, here is the rest of this video from Animal Fact Files. They always do good work. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. But maybe the eggs are actually camouflaged. That's the thing, is, maybe that is some... Well, if that is camouflage, it clearly didn't work. Uh-oh. Oh boy. But, like, robin's eggs are thought of as being well camouflaged, even though they're bright blue, because it might work well as camouflage in shade or something. I don't know. Or it could be that they're supposed to be brightly colored as blackmail. I don't know how to construct an experiment to try and figure out what the deal is. Tinamous are kind of understudied. It would be cool if people worked on them more, if there was more science being done on them, you know? Yeah. And Paleontologizing says, is the female specific colors so that they can tell which nest they have eggs in already? I don't think so. What's interesting is that tinamous are some of the few bird species where the females are more brightly colored than the males, or more... With most bird species. Well, maybe I'm misreading your question, Paleontologizing. In most birds, the male is the one who's far more vibrant. So here's some northern cardinals. Here's some ducks. Here's some kingfishers. Here's some mallards. Almost always it's the male who's more brightly colored than the female. Here's some house finches. eastern bluebirds, I think. But with tinamous, the female is more brightly colored than the male. It's difficult to find a visual demonstration of this, but here. I don't want you to just trust me, so let me find you a reference there. There's a larger number of females than males. Interesting. Something about dimorphism. Boys, plumage. The word dimorphism doesn't show up in the article? Okay. It's frustrating. I think it's in the video at least. Habitat, sound, threats. Male versus female.
Female tinamous are larger than the males, which is unsurprising in the bird world. Female birds are often larger than their male counterparts. What is surprising, however, is that the ladies are more distinctly patterned than the males. Most birds are the opposite. It should be noted, however, that as a whole, tinamous are generally drab in color.
Yeah,
this
they're
helps
not
them blend in with their
particularly
environment and avoid predation.
Yeah. Yeah. And the belted kingfisher? Oh, is the female more brightly colored than the male, Neverwinter, in kingfishers? In the belted kingfisher? Does the female, or does the male brood the eggs? Is that what makes sense? Huh. Only the female has the brown belt that gives them their name. Interesting, Neverwinter. Okay. Huh. And there you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah, the female red-winged blackbird is neither red-winged nor black. Fair. Yeah. I don't know who broods the eggs, though. Interesting, Neverwinter. I want to look that up real quick, actually. Belted kingfisher. Ecology and behavior. They nest in a horizontal tunnel made in a riverbank or sandbank, excavated by both parents. Both adults share the task of incubating the eggs and feeding the young. Interesting. Okay. But since their nest is not visible, since they build it in like a tunnel or a burrow, it's not like the male has to be better camouflaged than the female in order to, I'm gonna skip this song because it sounds really tinny.
If you're feeling cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hugin, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that.
Is it known for certain what the two-headed reptile fossil was that was announced in 2007?
Wasn't that like a Tamistrophiid or a sort of Triassic-y guy? Hang on. Hyphalosaurus. Okay. Yeah. Is it a... Oh, it's a Charistidae. Okay, so it's related to Champsosaurs. Hey, here you go, Hugo. This is what you're talking about, right? Yeah. Anywho, with kingfishers, it's not like the nest is exposed, so the male needs to be well camouflaged to sit on the eggs. They're out of view, so that's interesting. Like, I wonder what the deal is there. What selective pressure would cause the female to be more brightly colored than the male? It's like she's displaying to him. If she's the one that holds down the territory, then that would make sense. wonder if this is one of those things where the females are more common than the males, like it is with tinamous. It's interesting, like when you see something unusual in the animal world like that, something unexpected, usually there's an interesting dynamic at play. I'm trying to figure out what that is here with kingfishers. Anyhow. Top Trike says, maybe suggesting because females are more common, males are more picky, and color is a fashion show. That's the idea, Top Trike, yeah. Or the females would have to display to the males, given that it's like a supply and demand thing. If there's fewer males around, the females have to compete for the males. Anyway. And Murph, yeah, this is just arrived in the mail today. I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream. Genuine alligator skull. This is not a 3D print. I ran some calculations and determined it would be cheaper in terms of supplies and time to just buy an actual alligator skull. I got a good deal on this on eBay. So I can use this as reference for a bunch of things. Yeah. So, we're talking, it's Thursday Birds Day. We're talking about archosaurs, both avian and non-avian and non-dinosaurian. Yeah. What did it die from? I'm not sure, Dr. Lesho. I wasn't aware. Like, they didn't disclose that. But yeah. Anyhow. Probably a farmed alligator, yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. But this is going to be used for good. This alligator is having a second life as an educational ambassador. Not as a handbag or pair of boots or something like, well, maybe it is too, but there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be inspired and educated using this skull. I will use it only for good. Anyhow. Paralititis is something to consider for sexual dimorphism in fossil species. Unequal sex distribution. Sure. Yeah. Our general assumption is usually like, sex ratios, it's generally 50-50, male-female. But you get interesting things that happen where it might skew in one direction or another, or you might have more than two sexes. Or you might have situations that occur where you get a change from one sex to another through ontogeny. A lot of modern species do that, including some tetrapods. It's not nearly as common as it is in other kinds of organisms, like ray-finned fishes or various invertebrates do that. But yeah. Anywho. Oh, interesting, Murph. Yeah. Anyhow. I realized we are over 3.5 hours into the stream, and I've not talked at all about Netflix's The Dinosaurs yet. I finished episode 4 of that right before today's stream. And, we're just living La Vida Loca here. We haven't talked about that at all. So let's get into that, shall we? also mostly neglected to talk about this yesterday, too. Here, talking about this. Wow.
This is the story of the dinosaurs. Like you've never seen it before.
So in a lot of cases, I wouldn't really bother to talk about something like this all that much on stream.
Long before our time.
But this is seeing really wide viewership.
They ruled a lost world.
And I think that's important to discuss. When I looked at this on
Witness the rise.
The weekend, this was the #1 show on Netflix. A lot of people have been grousing about this online, saying, "Oh, I don't like it very much. It's not good enough for me."
To the hunters who ruled the skies.
I think it's pretty decent. I'm grading on a curve, though. It's Netflix. It's seeing really wide viewership. Murph wants to know, is it worth me paying for Netflix to watch it?
Discover the secrets of the dinosaurs.
It depends. I don't know how much Netflix costs nowadays. Yeah. Here, you didn't hear it from me, but there are certain places online where you can download this without having to pay for it. Again, you didn't hear that from me, you know, because you can't say that kind of thing without risk of attracting certain unwanted attention and you know, that kind of thing. So you really got to be careful. Just kidding. Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what other people are saying about it on social media, so I'm looking at Blue Sky here real quick. And I'm seeing some heartening things. The Dinosaur doc on Netflix is so good. This is somebody who is not a scientist. And they really like it. I had no idea it rained continuously for 1 to 2 million years. This is the Carnian pluvial event. I don't know if it was continuous for 1 to 2 million years, but there was a ton of rain for about 1 to 2 million years. I binge watched it now, and I'm rewatching it. Earth is amazing. This is really cool to see. Also, my perception of time is messed up watching this. I mean, that's good to hear. One of the reasons I'm so excited that this series has been successful and that a lot of people are watching it is that people get drawn in by the spectacle of it. They go, oh, dinosaurs are cool. Let me watch this. It's on the front page of Netflix. And then it's actually like a dramatic but fairly thoughtful depiction of the story of the Mesozoic era. The rise and reign and fall of the dinosaurs. And so I watched the Dinosaurs documentary on Netflix, this person says. Tell me why I cried when they all died, like it was a darn surprise. That's lovely. Like, people are being emotionally affected by this. That's the thing, is that it's important for people like us to remember that for other folks, like, if you want to get them to actually pay attention to something, you gotta aim for the heart, you know? People remember things, they're engaged with stuff when they feel it, you know? And Paralititis is the fact that they even discussed the CPE. Cretaceous Paleogene extinction? No. You're not talking about camp, are you? The Central Atlantic Magmatic Province? And ETME. I don't know those abbreviations off the top of my head, Paralititis. Carnial and Pluvial episode. There we go. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Sorry. And Triassic mass extinction. There you go. Yeah. I would usually say the TRJ, Triassic Jurassic extinction event. But yeah. That's funny. Thank you. But no, those are things that were discussed in this and shown on screen, and that's part of the plot line. I think that's really cool. These are sometimes things that are mentioned in passing, especially like the Triassic Jurassic extinction event. I don't know if it's ever been shown in dramatic fashion in a documentary before. Usually it's like, oh, we'll have a Triassic episode, and then tomorrow, the Jurassic episode. Like, what happens in between? Stuff happens off screen, you know? Yeah. Note, Poochie died on the way back to his home planet. Like, what?
What?
Okay. Showing the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event there. Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, that whole thing. I think it's important, you know? Yeah. Even if it was kind of dramatic to a goofy extent, it's effective. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, this person says, watching the new Netflix show The Dinosaurs. Really appreciate the accessibility of the show, presenting a through line. The dinosaurs versus reptiles, I felt, was actually important because it helped distinguish these two lineages apart. Not two lineages, but yeah, whatever. The average person does not know this. Also, you, Tyrannus, my beloved. So, yeah. I'm glad that much of the... much of the reception has been positive so far. Wow. Y The Dinosaurs en Netflix logra un 100% en Rotten Tomatoes, con producción de Spielberg y voz de Freeman. La serie redefine a los dinosaurios mediante ciencia avanzada, descansado su comportamiento social y eso. No. I've never tried to translate something from this game. I just do that through my browser. Does it have 100% on Netflix right now? Wild if true. Let's take a look. ho. Well, well, well. Los dinosaurios. Hang on. No, do not sell my information from my choice. Okay. The Dinosaurs. 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Holy cow. And audience reception 71%. That's funny. Yeah. I don't know, it's... The more I watched of it, the more I appreciated Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Again, I just finished episode 4 right before stream today. I thought the 4th episode might have been the best one. There were unexpected things in it. I love that the Hadrosaurs, whom they don't call Edmontosaurus. They just say Hadrosaurs. But the fact that they got a chance to actually be big, formidable animals and really lay the pain on another critter was, it was unexpected. And I thought that was neat. I really liked their depiction of Hesperornis. They kind of did something there that I've been doing for years, where somebody will ask me a question about marine dinosaurs. Danny, what's your favorite water dinosaur? What's your favorite dinosaur that lived in the ocean? And I have to tell them, oh, well, actually, though, the truly marine dinosaurs were the Hesperornithiflor birds. Like these guys. And it's almost a joke that I do, but, like, it's true. These are the only true ocean dinosaurs from the Mesozoic. And that's a whole plot point in Netflix's The Dinosaurs. And I kind of loved that, you know? Yeah, it was great. And we'll talk about this in a minute more extensively, but I loved that. I think the word bird is only uttered one time throughout the whole series. In 4 episodes, you only heard the word bird once. And it's at the very end. There's a bunch of birds shown on screen, and they're very clearly birds, for the most part. Very clearly birds. But they get referred to as a lineage of dinosaurs, which is true. I thought that was thoughtful and kind of surprising that they went that direction, and it's the sort of creative decision that I would have made. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. It's not, oh, birds are technically dinosaurs, or it's just treated very matter-of-factly. Yeah, there's another lineage of dinosaurs. Look at them flying around with their feathers. I thought that was really cool. That's the sort of thing I would have chosen to do. Yeah, and we had a question from... Oh, Rushwing says, we have my niece and nephew after school today. I might have to watch it with them. That'd be really cool. I mean, it is certainly kid appropriate. It can get a little bit dramatic or scary in the same way that, like, some other nature documentaries could be. It's a little more dramatic, maybe. But it's definitely aimed partly toward kids. Like, it's certainly the sort of thing that kids can enjoy. Especially if they're smart kids who are interested in stuff. I think they'll like it, Rushway. Yeah. Yeah. And Kate did. And your dates react when you mention what you do. Generally very positively, Kate did. Shoot, back when I lived in Montana, my usual kind of thing was like, if she wants to go, if she's okay with going on a first date at the museum, it's my place to shine, you know? Like, that's my home turf. Let me show you some of the dinosaurs I helped dig up on display at the museum. That's pretty cool. That's a nice kind of litmus test. It's like if somebody if she thinks it's cool that I work on fossils, then we might get along, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. I think they did specify Edmontosaurus at one point, but I don't recall which episode. I don't know if yeah. Your memory might be better than mine, Dark Muppeteer, but I don't recall them using the name Edmontosaurus. But I might have just forgotten. Yeah. Yeah. Miss Capri Cal, I like that a lot, yeah. And Dan the BC Man says, what kid is not interested in dinosaurs? Not many. Or not, if any. I mean, I've met kids who claim to not be interested in dinosaurs. And they're generally like kids who... They're usually like... It's a performative thing if they say they're not interested in dinosaurs. You start showing them cool dinosaur stuff, and then clearly they are actually interested in dinosaurs. You know? Kids like cool stuff. I think that's one of the... I was going to say one of the magical things about childhood, but that's not correct. It's not that there's something special about childhood. It's that there's something very not special and very soul-destroying about adulthood. And adolescence, I guess. So many people have had their sense of wonder, their potential for passion about things, just completely destroyed, ground into the dust by modern society, you know? I think about that a lot, you know? How we all have, to a certain degree, a capacity for wonder. And in some people, it gets destroyed, you know? Whether it's they have a bad experience in school, or something awful in their home life, or something like that, or even just like the nastiness of their peers, you know? Kids can be so cruel.
Kids can be so cruel. We can? Thanks, Mom. Ow! Cut out, Bart!
I don't know, like when... There's research that backs this up, like at a certain age, it's usually kind of right around puberty, or even a little bit before that, like kids who may have been really bright and interested in stuff and passionate about learning, suddenly their only concern in life is fitting in with the kids around them, with their peers. And that's when any interest they may have had earlier on in life that may have been kind of guiding principles for them, things to get excited about, things that bring them joy and fulfillment, suddenly they think that's not cool anymore. And they just kind of get like, they almost feign disgust about things that they once really, really cared about. And you gotta be really careful with kids that age, that like, you continue to foster their interests and encourage them to hold on to those things that they value. Because it's when nihilism can really set in, you know? It's such a critical time, I think, in a person's life, and I think especially in American society, we're really, really bad at stopping kids from becoming nihilists around that time. Anyhow, yeah. Dr. Terrace says the Triassic segment of the dinosaurs feels really off, like a lot of sacrifices were needed to prop up dinosaurs and bash Triassic critters, sometimes even wrongly. I mean, yeah, the Triassic sequences did feel rushed. They didn't show any Triassic amphibians. There were no phytosaurs. There were no... One thing that was interesting, there were no mammals anywhere in all 4 episodes. Like, the Triassic in many ways was kind of the last hurrah of some of the big, like, proto-mammal critters, like Dicynodonts and Cynodonts. I don't think they got any screen time at all whatsoever. I don't think they showed up at all. So yeah, the Triassic stuff, it's like, that part did feel kind of contrived, and it's like they're trying to set things up for the whole rest of the Mesozoic, for the whole rest of the story. And it was not ideal. Yeah. That's why I kind of think that the first episode was sort of the weakest. Especially since it starts off with just a non sequitur. Like, it starts off in the Maastrichtian with Pachycephalosaurus and Edmontosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. And then it goes all the way, like, episode 1 I feel like was, parts of it felt like an afterthought. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Very dinosaurs versus other reptiles. And I think someone who knows something about the Mesozoic already won't be too pleased by that. But I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of somebody who doesn't know anything about the Mesozoic era. This is all new to them. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm really happy that Netflix produced this and that it's out there. Is because, like, there's 2 very, very popular misconceptions about the age of dinosaurs that I'm hoping this new series really puts a dent in, you know? One of them is this. The assorted plastic dinosaurs kind of trope or idea or whatever. This, like, kind of assumption that people have, like, oh, you know, dinosaurs, there were big things that lived a long time ago, and we just call all those things dinosaurs. Whether they're pterosaurs, or plesiosaurs, or synapsids, or whatever. Dinosaurs. No, Netflix's The Dinosaurs takes special care to distinguish dinosaurs from pterosaurs, from other Triassic reptiles, distinguish them from marine reptiles like mosasaurs. Does a pretty good job of that. That's one, but maybe larger than that is the fact that this is a big narrative over hundreds of millions of years, over 100 million years. It helps dispel this, like, oh, we will travel back to the time of the dinosaurs. It's like, no, that's a bunch of times. It's a really, really long chronology there. I think it did that beautifully. You know, like, this grand dynasty lasting for tens of millions of years. I think it did a superb job of really hammering home that point, to the point where it was almost... like, it got repetitive, you know? Because I feel like for most people in the general public, their picture of the time of the dinosaurs is kind of stuck in, I don't know, Victorian times or earlier. Let me tell you what I mean. Here. This is a thing that's still this is from the 1960s, and it is still extant at Disneyland today, which is not a bad thing. Like, it's charming. If you go to Disneyland in Anaheim, California, take the train around the park between Tomorrowland and Main Street, USA, they have these dioramas. So there's the Grand Canyon here. It's quaint, but it's from the 60s. Like, this is 60 years old at this point.
The Grand Canyon as we know it today.
Hang on. And thank you, Rushwing, for gifting Dr. Tara. I appreciate that.
Rushwing23 gifted a tier 1 sub to Dr. Tara.
Thank you, Rushwing.
They have given 46 gift subs in the channel.
That's the Grand Canyon as we know it today, but it wasn't always that way.
That was the Grand Canyon as we know it today. But it wasn't always this way. Now, let's travel back in time. Way back in time.
Way back in time.
Fantastic past of the primeval world. Land of the dinosaurs.
Land of the dinosaurs. So we kind of go through, like, the Carboniferous and the Permian here. But I don't think most people are really picking up on that. This will just be like going through time. It's like, oh, well, we've gone back to the dinosaur land, and here's all the dinosaurs in the dinosaur land doing their thing. Dinosaur land. So you just have this, like, this big fruit salad of different environments, different critters all mashed together into a hodgepodge, you know? This was ahead of its time in many ways. I'm not trying to slag it off. But I feel like when most people in the general public, you ask them, when did dinosaurs live? They say a long time ago. And they're kind of picturing all the dinosaurs living at the same time. And then they die out. Maybe because the Ice Age cometh, or something like that. And of course, there crucially you have Tyrannosaurus and Stegosaurus fighting a battle over in front of an erupting volcano. There's more time separating these two dinosaurs than there is separating T-Rex from us, famously. I think most people don't have that conception. They don't understand that. That's why I'm so glad that there was this big focus in Netflix's The Dinosaurs to tell this as a grand story, a big narrative like that, you know? So yeah. And they did know that 60 years ago. Absolutely, Dr. Electro, yeah. But it's not like people thought this, well, I think paleontologists had not done a great job of communicating this to the public back then. We knew this professionally. These two dinosaurs are separated by a lot of time. But I think in the general public, if you even knew the difference between Tyrannosaurus and Stegosaurus, that might have been a big deal in the 60s. You know? The general public did not know as much about dinosaurs back then, I think. I think that's one measure of success for us as paleontologists, is like, how much do regular folks know about these critters? Are we doing our jobs properly? Are we being effective in communicating science to the rest of the world? I think Netflix's The Dinosaurs is a step in the right direction. I think this is a positive influence. And I'm really excited to start encountering people in the wild who have seen this show and want to talk to me about it when they find out that I'm a paleontologist. I'm excited for better informed questions, more curiosity, enthusiasm, all of that stuff. I'll report back as I do some traveling over the summer. See what conversations I have with folks, you know? Yeah, there you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah. I want to see that series, says Samia. Yeah, it's good, you know? There's a lot of nitpicks I could make, a lot of very particular, specific criticisms. But overall, it's got this paleontologist seal of approval. Netflix's The Dinosaurs. It's pretty good, you know? And I think maybe my favorite part might be the end. I can show you a snippet, a clippet from that. That'll be a lovely segue into Thursday Birds Day here. I am giving away the ending. Spoiler alert. Big asteroid hits the Earth. This probably shouldn't be a spoiler. You look around us, we don't have a lot of big non-avian dinosaurs stomping around anymore. Hope that's not too much of a surprise to anybody in particular. So, you know, it's like offering a spoiler warning for the movie Titanic. Like, yeah, the ship sinks. Sorry. You know? It's the same with the reign of the non-bird dinosaurs. But, yeah, just in the science. This is a good introduction. Tell them a paleontologist recommended it. With that said, we got to get into Thursday Birds Day here. Shoot. It's Thursday, and on Thursday, we celebrate the fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. They are still around us today. Just like you saw in that clip. So, without further ado, let's start up Thursday Birds Day right now. Wrong button. Right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture. Any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed, everyone. Let's get into some of these birds that have been submitted by members of the community. And, how do I get rid of these Discord? That's annoying. No, wait, I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah. Why is it? It's not starting me off in the right spot, I don't think. No, we don't want to do that. Stop it, Discord. It's annoying things. All right, here we go. Here we are. Our first today, I think, is from Chaotic Kitten. We saw this last week. We've got a song thrush. Neverwinter for the ID. Beautiful. Oh, we saw this yesterday, or last week. We saw salamanders, parakeets. Cattle egret. We saw this. Viper stuff. Okay, here we are. We're caught up again. H. Motokai went to Newport Beach, and holy cow! Oh, we were asking for pictures about this. This is so cool, Motokai. Holy moly. Not a bird here, but something that helps out the birds. This is one of those passively powered trash collectors. So it's like Mr. Trash Wheel in Baltimore. This is a device that collects trash from waterways. It uses the current, the natural current of the water, to run a water wheel, which runs a conveyor belt, which pulls all of this trash up out of the water and into a receptacle where it can be taken away and disposed of properly. Super cool that you went to Newport Beach in San Diego and saw this one. That is awesome. H. Motokai, thank you for posting that. Doesn't quite have the same personality as Mr. Trash Wheel yet, but looks like they could change that. Put some big googly eyes on it. That's awesome. And there's some birds too. Well. Lovely. Got to visit the Trash Interceptor in San Diego Creek at Newport Beach. Nice. That is awesome. Oh, that's so exciting. Very cool. The trail to get there is quite nice, though. Lots of vegetation and ducks. Rioting over no googly eyes. Well, not yet, you know? Somebody should get in contact with City Hall there in San Diego. See if they can correct that. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you. Really appreciate you posting that, Motokai. Excellent. And thank you, Hyverius. Good to see you. Welcome. Captain Swerve. Oh.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Hyverius, thank you for those gift subs.
Hyverius just gifted
are leading
5
this expedition.
subs.
And hang on, did we miss a raid from Mr. Lewis King? Did that happen during the Thursday Birds Day video there? Hyverius, thank you for the gift subs, and thank you, Mr. Lewis King, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you and all those mischievous little mammals? referring to chat. How are the rats as well? I hope everybody's doing well. Voltmog, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. Lewis, thank you for raiding in. I hope you had an excellent stream. Sorry the timing didn't work out perfectly with your raid there, but I appreciate you, and hope you're having a good day. Hope you had an excellent stream. The sources we were trying to tell you? Anyhow, appreciate you, Mr. Lewis King. Here, let's as an apology for having missed your raid. Let's see if we can find a clip. Nice. If this sort of thing looks like it's up your alley, go follow Mr. Lewis King right now. Let's see those rattos. Here we go. Adorable.
Cheesy chips.
Nice.
Yeah, that end doesn't have another rat in it, so I thought he'd maybe understand that he can get in that way. But I think you're right. I think he does. He only wants it because lasagna's in there.
Oh, the petty jealousies of wee mammals. It could be we like small, or we like belonging to all of us as mammals. But yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Mr. Lewis King, for the raid. Really appreciate it. Again, hope you're doing well. Many girls and boys, says Voltmog. Clearly. Old and young. Nice. Excuse me. My apologies. I'm still getting over... I'm feeling good, but still a remnant of a cough from this recent cold. Rats are such fascinating animals. They're so incredibly adaptable. They're clever, they're tenacious. It's really interesting critters, you know? It makes sense why they've been so successful. Yeah. Anyhow. Other small critters who are quite interesting are many modern birds. And Cacklin's Wurf saw some recently. Some Paris major, the bird's called great tits, which are common in Europe. Saw some in a bush opposite Bittern's Patch, and this one was the best poser of the two. Look at him showing off. Well, well, well. Hello there. Nice. One of the local birders had spotted a kingfisher, and just as we were about to look where she'd indicated, the kingfisher came in our direction instead. Now, once you know where the kingfisher is, getting him or her visible isn't the issue. However, getting a sharp picture when it's getting dark can still be quite a challenge. Kingfishers are notoriously shy. They do not wish to be photographed most of the time. So even getting this shot is impressive. Such a bright blue on this kingfisher. That's lovely. I feel like your kingfishers in Europe are more vibrant than our belted kingfishers we have here in North America. But well done, Cacklin's Wharf. Good bird photos. This is great. VHS James has got some rock doves there in the window. Oh. Grooming grooming each other. Nice. Lovely. It's nice getting a glimpse into the social life of birds like this, you know? Some mutual preening like that. An interesting Charlie's Dragon. One of the few vibrant birds we have. That's cool. I wonder if kingfishers can afford to be brightly colored because they spend their most vulnerable times in burrows. I wonder if that has something to do with it. And the prey that they're going after, namely little ray-fin fishes, they don't really need to hide from. They're diving at these fish from great heights. And those fishes don't know what's hit them. I wonder if that's one of the reasons why these birds can be very brightly colored. They don't really have to worry about camouflage much. Like, they're safe in their burrows. Yeah. That's a story that I'm telling that makes sense, but I wonder how legit that is. They're small, close to the water, often in foliage, so I don't think they're often in view of predators like birds of prey. That would make a lot of sense, Cockensworth. That would make a lot of sense.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Cosmocrat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Oddbjorg. Yes, we were discussing this. Why belted kingfishers are weird. The females are more showy than the males, just like in tinamous. That's actually what prompted that discussion. Tinamou birds in Central and South America are the same way. I bet you it has something to do with burrow life. And I wonder if the female is the one who holds down the territory, and she has to show off to males. That might make a lot of sense. Or it could be a sex ratio thing where, like, there's more females in an environment. So the males have to choose a partner. So the females they evolve to be more brightly colored and more showy. I wonder about that, you know? Yeah. And I do remember that one, Alexander. That was impressive. Yeah. Huh. Anyhow. Oh, by the way, let's take a look at... I forgot to do any of this yet. Let's go to aves, our birds, on our tree of life, and we'll zoom into kookaburras. Or, kingfishers. I'll show you where kookaburras are, too. So, the birds are here. Again, how many species of these critters do we have nowadays?
Over 9,000!
Yeah. For 10,000, by a lot of counts. Let's go to the kingfishers. Over here. Holy cow, 93 species. This is a more speciose group than I remember. But there's the laughing kookaburra there, the largest kingfisher in the world, and they are a terrestrial predator. I don't know if they probably still will catch fishes and marine or aquatic invertebrates if they want to, but they're also eating snakes and lizards and basically anything they can get their jaws around. Yeah, nested here within kingfishers. What's the name of this clade? Alcedinidae. Huh. Cool. Good stuff. And the Madagascar kingfisher got that hot rod paint job. Let's take a look at that. Madagascar King Julian. No, Kingfisher, please. Thank you. Yeah, look at that. So there's the pygmy kingfisher and the Malagasy kingfisher. Huh. And Pimcat says, are kookaburras the one that make that barking, knocking kind of noise? It's often described as a laughing noise, hence laughing kingfisher. Or laughing kookaburra, rather. But yeah, here, I'll find you a noise. Anybody from Australia knows this sound quite well, I presume. Squiggle says their call gets used for jungles a lot. Yep. Really neat. Including in the film Jurassic Park. If you listen really carefully in some of the, like, ambient jungle noise scenes, you can hear a kookaburra. And I got to meet that exact kookaburra when I was a kid at Marine World, which is a zoo/theme park in Vallejo, California. Yeah. Marine World, Africa, USA. Skywalker Sound and Lucasfilm and ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, and a number of other institutions like that were, and maybe still are, based here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And so this was like a local animal place that they could go to record sounds, and the walk cycle of the AT-AT walkers in Empire Strikes Back. That was based partly on the elephants at Marine World. So, yeah, lots of stuff like that. Interesting Bay Area history here. But, yeah, can we find the commercial? They're, I don't think they have a great reputation nowadays. 1994, here we go.
Going to Marine World. Everybody's going to Marine World.
I remember these commercials.
Where there's a special place I found where people come from miles around. They come from everywhere. They love to stop and stare. It's a world of sights and sounds. Going to Marine World. Come on now. Come closer at Marine World. See you later.
Anyway. Sorry to all the subscribers who were told they wouldn't have to see any ads on this program. But yeah. Mizar Rule says it's closed? No, it's well, kind of. It has been... Marine World is no longer Marine World. It was purchased by Six Flags, and it became Six Flags Discovery Kingdom or something like that. And now it's mostly roller coasters. The animals are not particularly well taken care of, as I understand it. They've really kind of pivoted toward it being more of a, you know, Six Flags roller coasters park, more so than a wildlife park. So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But I got to meet the kookaburra there who had been recorded for Jurassic Park. So I got to meet one of the stars of Jurassic Park when I was a kid. I was pretty stoked. Anyhow. I've since met a lot of the other stars of Jurassic Park, like non-avian dinosaurs. But that was pretty special back when I was a kid. Anyway. We've got a video from Cacklin's Wharf here. Nice relaxing winter walk through the Netherlands. And there's a bittern here somewhere. Where are you, bittern? There we go, right here. And there's a magpie. Nice.
Ja, hij denkt dat wij hem niet zien. Laat gewoon maar even kijken.
Bittern. Magpie.
Hij vertrouwt natuurlijk normaal gesproken heel.
Nice. And we've got a European robin here. There we go. Nice. And Cacklin River says, check out the robin toward the end. She is not shy. Yeah. Yeah, wow. I love how round they are. Little round robin. Very different from our American robins. Your European robins are... What group do they belong to? I know our American robins are a kind of thrush. What group do your European robins belong to? I forget. Let's look it up. European robin. They're flycatchers. Oh, okay. In the old world flycatcher family. There we go. There's the European robin. And then we just talked about this, what, yesterday? American robins are different. Part of the thrush family. So they are not very close. Their lineage is separated over 20 million years ago. Not close relatives, these two birds. And Turdidae, there you go, fried egg, yeah. Yeah. Turdus migratorius, the American robin. There we go. That's a worm there. Like, man, that bird's got a disgusting beak. Nope. That's an earthworm. Or maybe probably several earthworms being gathered up. Yeah. American robin, worms not included. That's brunch right there, says Salamander. Oh, yeah. Anyhow. Let's continue. Nice stuff, Cacklin's River. Thank you for posting. And Rushwing couldn't pare down the photo count past 4, but I was very excited to see some little penguins coming up to their nests on the weekend. What? 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 Penguins in the wild? Australia is such a cool place. Holy moly. Wild penguins. How cool is that? I presume you are supplying the red light there, Rushwing. It's right at the end of the breeding season, so I wasn't expecting to see any, but instead we were treated by the adult-sized chicks still half fuzzy, coming down to wait impatiently for their parents to come in. Chicks are in the 3rd and 4th photo. Look at them. There we go, up in the upper left. Right? That is so cool. Rushwing, holy moly. That is so neat. That is so neat. The red light is from the viewing platform. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So you've got like so you've got like a viewing tower, guard tower type setup there. There we go. Yeah. Gotta keep people away from the penguins. It's good. You know? Keep the penguins safe. For this red light. That's so cool. I love that. That's really, really cool there, Rushwang. Holy moly. Maybe not the barbed wires. It's PP. Minus the barbed wire. Okay, fair. But you know, anything to protect these penguins. Yeah, that's really neat. That's super cool, Rushman. Thank you so much for sharing. That's kind of made my day. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I don't think we've ever had wild penguins for Thursday Birds Day before. Superb. Mayor of Space has got a merganser spotted at Toledo Zoo. Don't know if he's a local bird or an attraction. Wow. Certainly an attraction here.
Don't go yet.
Go visit Stanley if anyone is in the vicinity. It was very cool. Stanley in the Falkland Islands? No, that's got to be a place in Australia. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. Here, we'll look up little penguins, and then we'll look at mergansers for Mayor of Space. I'm gonna reload this to get rid of those. Little penguin. Eudiptula minor. Huh. Oh, it's in Tasmania. Oh, that's right, Rushman. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Stanley might be the capital of Tasmania. Little penguin. Oh. I've also heard them called blue penguins before. Because they are kind of bluish, right? Yeah, Ms. Art says, are they related to the blue penguin? I think it might be the same critter. Yeah, also known as the little blue penguin or blue penguin. Yeah. Nice. Here is a link. Hobart is the capital. Oh, that's right. Case Kuchin. The Hobart Zoo was the... That was the location of where they kept the world's last thylacine. Tasmanian tiger was in the Hobart Zoo. Died back in the late 30s, I think. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you, Rushman. Yeah. Stanley's in the northwest and pretty remote. Okay. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's look up merganser as well. Common merganser. 1936 or something. I think it was like 37 or 38. Yeah, common merganser. Mergus merganser. It does what it says on the tin. Gotta love that. And from Mayor Space. Very nice. How spirited this little guy is. Nice. Auro says, don't know what this bird is. Sorry for the poor quality. Lighting was bad. Looks finchy to me. Looks like some kind of finch. Am I wrong? I bet you Neverwinter has got an opinion. And Alexander Morrison's got a very still bird for us. A female sooty grouse stuffed mount, photographed by my father, who's visiting my grandparents and other family up north. I want to make it known that my grandfather didn't hunt this bird. He purchased it from a sports lodge decades ago, Look up the males of this species, simply amazing birds. They're native to the Pacific Northwest and neighboring regions as well. But yeah, personal responsibility. Understand that, Alexander Morrison. Good to see you posting, though. And wow. Let's look up male sooty grouse. Let's look up sooty grouse first of all. Let's see. I think it's a house finch. Nice, never winter. Okay, cool. Sooty grouse. Dendrograbbopus fulginosus. Fulginosus. Okay. But yeah, look at that grouse. It can be so showy, you know? Look at that. Just bonkers. What a cool animal. So I'm gonna find a video. Really neat. Look at this dinosaur showing off. You know, imagine you're walking through the forest and you hear this noise and you're like, what is that? Is it like an elk? Is it a bison? Is it a rhinoceros? No, it's a grouse. Is it somebody with a tuba playing a prank on me? Nope. It's a bird. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for giving us an opportunity to talk about that. And suggesting we look up the male one. Really neat. Yeah. And yeah, Captain Service says the beak makes me think finch on that one rather than sparrow. I agree with that. Mr. 88 has got some storks or somebody up here. A whole bunch of them. Walking through. This looks like a rice paddy. Good place to find some food. Thank you, Mr. 88. Probably a local bird since Neverwinter to their space. Nice. Dr. Terminator's got not one, but double crested cormorants. Warning, duck jump scare. Okay, uh-oh. There's those DCCs. How many crests? 2. Yeah. Where's the duck jump scare? No, we don't have to worry. There isn't going to be a duck. Don't worry. Yeah, their wings. That's so cool when they do that, Squiggles. So yeah, they don't have the kind of like waterproofing on their feathers that other bird species have. And so they need to like kind of hang them in the air to dry like this. So when you see cormorants doing that, that's what they're doing. They're absorbing the sun's rays, drying out their feathers. Really neat. So they want to be able to be basically neutrally buoyant or maybe even a little heavier in the water so they can more easily dive. So yeah, that's intentional. Where's the duck, though?
What?
There we go. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Dr. Terra, for posting. Lovely. Chaotic Time Traveler says, Luffy and I have been adjusting to daylight savings time and 15-minute increments. After about 1.5 to 2.5 weeks, Luffy figured out that our routine was offset from everyone else. Began protesting until I readjusted our routine to match. In the news, we had a pair of downy... Do you have daylight savings time up in Canada? I thought that was like a peculiar American thing. People were asking me on Tuesday, like, Danny, why are you an hour early? I'm like, oh. Because we have this crazy thing in the U.S. Yeah. And parts of it, yes, is Gay Hemisphere. Interesting, okay. Huh. Yeah. In most provinces, we have daylight savings time. Interesting, okay. It's American hegemony, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that as an American. Forcing these ridiculous policies upon our neighbors to the north. In other news, we had a pair of downy woodpeckers at the feeder today. I will try to document more of their migratory dinosaurs as they arrive. Lovely. There's Luffy excited about Sweetie Pie on camera, seems like. Oh, what a good bird. What a good bird. A good little dinosaur. There's those woodpeckers. Look at all that suet for them. They are lucky, lucky, lucky critters. Some well-fed theropods there. Nice. Thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler, for posting. Always a joy. Appreciate you. Luffy's new favorite game, shredding cardboard. I know that voice. Nice. This reminds me of a thing that Lordy sent me, actually. Can I find that real quick? I think it was via DMs on Blue Sky. Maybe not. No? Yeah, here we go. Speaking of shredding cardboard and other stuff, this person called this environmental storytelling. My name is Harpo. Please don't put your hands in my cage. I might. Excuse me. It's just utterly destroyed underneath. Yeah, he might. He might. I love that. That's what this reminds me of a little bit. Chaotic Time Traveler. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Charcone's got a Eurasian tree sparrow, or several of them, checking out the new birdhouse. Yeah, lucky them. Wow. There was a third one with them earlier. Must have been the realtor. There you go, Charcone. Yeah. Well, I hope they're happy with their new home. Nice little starter home for these guys, for this couple. I wish them all the best. Their cheek spots, yeah, very cute. I wonder how close they are to the English sparrow or house sparrow. Let's look that up. Eurasian tree sparrow. That's weird. I type in European or Eurasian into this and it flags it like it's a typo, like it's misspelled, but it's not. I don't know why OneZoom does that. Eurasian tree sparrow. Yeah, look at that black cheek patch there. Related to the desert sparrow. Again, does what the name says. And the Kenya rufous sparrow. Okay, nice. And so many sparrows. There's the house sparrow there. Okay. Acer domesticus. Huh. And they do have cool patterns. I mean, even the most common birds, like when you really zoom in and appreciate them. What is that phrase? There are cathedrals everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's true of birds. Even the humble house sparrow. It really is a beautiful animal. When you appreciate the fine details of its morphology. Just an exquisite creature. I know they're very common. I know they're invasive here in the United States. But there's something wondrous about them, you know? Yeah. And Clockwork Ninja says, the sushi dragon has a rescued house sparrow and it has an incredible personality. Really? I know about him. He's done a lot of really cool, like, technical stuff on Twitch, right? He's a rescued house sparrow? That's awesome. Very cool. Anyway, birds. They're just delightful creatures, you know? Of course they are, though. They evolved from non-avian dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs themselves. Of course they're cool. Ms. Art Rules has got another gouache for us today, right? Looks like a statue of a woman with a bird sitting on her head, maybe? And I see two birds, maybe gulls, there in the sky above. Thank you for sharing your art with us, Ms. Art Rules. Lovely. Yeah. And yes, all right. I interpreted this correctly. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules, for posting. Lovely. Neverwinter has got a purple sandpiper, Calidris maritima, at the Bernighat Lighthouse State Park in New Jersey, February of 2023. Purple sandpipers can be found on rocky coasts and jetties in North America and Northern Europe and are named for their purplish sheen to their back feathers. Huh. Can't really see that well in this photo, but it's visible in the right light conditions. Well, we'll be the judge of that. Can we see it? Well, pretty good. I don't know if I see purple, but looks like a very slick green surface that this bird is doing a good job of not sliding down by using those theropod digits and claws there. Very versatile appendages. Can you see a bit of purple, says Squiggles? Here, I bet you we can... Here. Let's see if I can bring out the purple here real quick. I think with just a little bit of... We adjust our parameters just a little bit, I bet you we can make that purple really pop. Here, let me open up my photo enhancer here. There we go. we are. And... here we go, with just a little bit of, like, you know, just turning a dial a little bit. Take a look at that. Getting the full purple effect. Pretty good, right? Digital magic there for you. Excellent. Very nice, Neverwinter. Yeah. You can see it now, says Jazzy Cat? I mean, pretty good, right? Amazing, says Rushway. Look at that plumage. It's incredible. Yeah. Good stuff. No, I do actually want to look up some real photos and see, Purple Sandpiper. This is the thing, when you have a bird with a common name like that, it kind of paints you into a corner. You're like, Field Guide says it's purple. I don't know, though. I can maybe start to see where people are getting a little... they call this purple. Maybe? I don't know. This might be purple in the same sense that, like, some rocks are purple. Like, you talk to a geologist and they're like, look at how green these rocks are. And almost anybody else would be like, I don't know, man, they look gray to me. But when you develop enough of an eye for this sort of thing, you start to pick up on those really subtle differences. So it might be a really vibrant purple color to a birder, or a very vibrant, say, blue to a geologist. Might not be all that impressive to somebody who doesn't know as much, you know? But yeah, this is really cool. Thank you, Neverwinter, for posting. Yeah. You need a trained eye, I guess, is Hibiscus, yeah. Yeah. Voltmog has got, ooh, a grackle. Yeah, nice. We love grackles around here. They do not get as much love as they should, in my opinion. Mischievous Snack Thief in Granada, trying to steal my lunch. There's a female here, right? Excuse me. No, never mind. A black-faced grassquit, again on a beach in Granada. And just like it says on the tin, there's some grass. Excuse me. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Ever heard of a grassquit? Says Clockwork Ninja. Yeah, they're, who are they related to? Not sparrow. Sorry. Grassquits. There we go. 5 species. Tiaris. What a beautiful sounding genus name. Yellow-faced grassquit. No common name. Sorry. And what? Huh. Tiaris obscurus, yeah. No joke, I guess. Yeah. What's the common name? What do you know about? They're pretty obscure, I guess. You wouldn't know about them. So if we just start calling them something, does that make it the common name? I actually don't know if there's like a governing body for bird names. I feel like maybe we discussed this before. But like, is there an official English language, or maybe even like North American like governing body for the common names of different birds? Yeah. And obscura means dark in Latin. That would make sense, Volmog, yeah. Yeah. The ABA says Neverwinter. Okay. Really? They do this too? That's impressive. I know they're an accomplished group, but I didn't know that they're also responsible for all the bird names. All the songs and all the birds too, I guess. No, is that what? American Birding Association? Huh. Yeah, okie doke. Cool. I wonder if they ate the Beatles. That's probably what happened to the Beatles Wombat Hole, yeah. They ate George, Paul... George, Paul, Ringo, and Yoko. All of them. It has been called the standard bearer for serious birding in North America. No laughing aloud. Originally concentrated on finding, listing, and identifying rare birds and bringing them to justice. The ABA now seeks to serve all birders with a wide range of services and publications. That's actually pretty cool. I don't really know anything about this organization. But here's a link if you'd like to join them. Oh, the AOS, American Ornithological Society. The Armed Defender Squad. American Ornithological Society. There we go. Cool. Okay, okay. Neat. So they're the ones who maintain the list. Cool. Anyway, we gotta keep going. Very cool. Thank you, Voltmog, for posting. Good stuff. Crackles. The origin of quit as a noun for passerine bird I still cannot find, says Baby. I wonder about that, yeah. I'm not an expert in bird common name anything. Etymology, history, pronunciation. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Voltmog, for posting. Again, gotta love the sassy look on this Crackle's face. How would you describe this? Maybe stern disapproval. Or maybe grim determination? Gonna take your sandwich? Severe, says Clockwork Ninja. That's a good way to put it. Menacing, says Voltmog. I mean, you were there in person, right? Did you feel menaced? Jazzy Cat says it has a secret. This is interesting, like the interpretations different people have for this. Judging, says Neverwinter. I can see that. Gav says, hungry? Are you going to eat that? They are funny, Volog, yeah. We had Antillean grackles that I saw in Puerto Rico. They've got these ridiculous tail feathers. They're so funny. Yeah, they're like a V in cross-section? It looks like the tail of like an F-22 Raptor. Yeah. Sort of. Kind of. Yeah, anyway, grackles are cool. They're neat birds. They really are. Let's continue. Neverwinter's got a bonus. American woodcocks at a local park. Sound up to hear their peent calls? Don't mind if I do. Sounds kind of like a nighthawk. It sounds exactly like... Am I hearing a nighthawk? It's meep, says Hibiscus. We call it meeping in papers? Really? Very similar to nighthawk calls. Oh. Is this what you were telling me last week? Huh. Oh, that's funny, Salamander. That's really funny. That's really cool. Thank you for posting. What a neat critter. American woodcocks. I mean, these are famous for their dancing. Here we go. So this is the same bird there? Nice. And that reminds me, what was this? Is that a post that I saved? Let me see if I can find this, but there was a, yep. Apparently you can also hire a giant American woodcock to show up to your party or wedding or other social gathering like this. If you really want to blow people away at your event. These people in that room are not nearly excited enough about what's going on here. Look at what is transpiring. These people do not deserve this. They are... People should be losing their minds, and they're not. What you don't know, Danny, is this is hour 15, says Murph. You might be right. Speaking of hour 15, I gotta wrap this up pretty soon. We're already 17 minutes late. By the way, I'll share this with you if I found this on Blue Sky. Anyway, Neverwinter, thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk about the wonderful American woodcock. Good stuff. And Salamander's got a new lifer. Very, very nice. This poor boat-tailed grackle was the victim of some mischief and skullduggery and is pictured here trying to dry off after an unplanned dip in the harbor. Uh-oh. Also pictured, the maybe wife who may or may not have been the mastermind behind his dunking. More at 11. All joking aside, I believe it was the pelicans that may have knocked this guy for a swim. They are more than happy to throw their weight around, and they had a heck of a lot more of it. And they had a heck of a lot more of it than this poor guy. And okay. Video 1. Okay, here is... Oh, is he trying to dry off? That's funny. All disheveled. It does make me wonder whether like an equivalent size mammal with an equivalent amount of integument, fur instead of feathers, whether it would take them longer to dry off than a bird like that. I guess we're comparing apples to something even more different than oranges here, but I like to think that feathers, by and large, are being a more complex structure than fur or hair. I like to think that they are easier to dry off. It makes me wonder, yeah. Like if you were to drop an equivalent size rat into the water, it'd probably take them a lot longer to dry off than this bird, but I'm guessing, speculating. Yeah. We saw a sugar glider yesterday. That's super cool in that sense. That's super cool. After pulling down a dead sweet gum tree. Oh. Huh. Oh, and I think I'm understanding this now. There we go. So this is presumably the female, and then that's him trying to dry off. Okay, okay. Electro has got some Thai birds from Phuket. Very, very cool. Look at... Who is this? Who is that? And who is this? I don't know who any of these guys are. Who are you? This is awesome. Yeah. Actually, that's really cool. I don't know who these are, but they are neat. neat indeed. I don't know anything about Thai birds. The second one's a myna. That would make sense, I guess. I've seen myna birds in Hawaii before. They're introduced there. They're not native to there. I want to say they're from India originally. Cool. Very leggy, this one. I'm sure that's probably just the angle of the photo and what this bird is doing in that moment. And then who is this? It's not like a Philippine eagle or something, is it? I don't know. Yeah. Dr. Ledger says, Great Oak Cacao, Centropus sinensis, cool. Common myna, and Brahminy kite. Oh, cool. Here, let's look that up. A sea eagle, okay. Nice. This not the greatest photo here on Wikipedia. I must say, yours is much better there. So well done there, Dr. E. Yeah. Do better, Wikipedia. I'm curious about this. What is it? There's other good photos here. I don't know why that one is the... whatever. Anyway, thank you, Dr. E, for posting. Oh, there we go. I should have scrolled down. Nice. Dinosaur Dave says, another hot day. Here's a Maggie. A magpie? Having fun. It loves the sprinkler. What is this?
It's a hot day, so magpie's having a bit of a swim. And my neighbour's sprinkler.
Delightful.
Currently 36 degrees.
That's hot. If we're talking Celsius, which I presume we are.
Celsius, that is.
Nice. 36 Fahrenheit's barely above freezing. Nice. Very nice. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. That was lovely. Appreciate that. Reading your mind. You knew what I was going to say. You've been watching long enough. So predictable sometimes. Gravity's got not the best photo. A little sparrow in the wires. Took it today. Doesn't have to be a brilliant photo. And is that a sparrow that looks... It is a sparrow. That's a house sparrow, isn't it? The tail almost made me think flycatcher or something, but no. No, very nice, Gravity. See? It counts. Tally it. One bird for Thursday Birds Day. Well done. Excellent. Very cool. And that'll do it. Well, 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 everybody. Happy Thursday Birds Day, one and all. And we've had a great week here, I gotta say. I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm and questions, and viewership, and support, and everything else. I'm gonna go eat some dinner, because I am hungry. I hope to see you all again on Monday for some more paleontologizing. Let's wrap up today's broadcast and wrap up our week. If you're hankering for some more paleontology, and you happen to have Netflix, or if you could find other places to download it and watch it, go watch Netflix's The Dinosaurs. Certainly worth your time, I think. I enjoyed it. It's pretty good. Run our credits here real quick. And, I guess we'll run it again. Who else is here on Twitch doing some science or something cool like that? Let's see. I feel like it's been a minute since we've raided into Nerdowino. Let's go see what he's up to. Former NASA scientist and current astronomer. Nerdowino. Always a good time over there. We'll see what he's up to. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits. Huge raid from Kit Boga. And other excellent raids from Mr. Lewis King, from Dyson Dinosaur, from, who else? We'll see in a minute. All these new follows, and then subscribers and resubscribers, gifters and cheerers, all the people who make these streams possible through their monetary contributions. I appreciate that more than you know. It's a big deal, and I'm deeply grateful. And there's our raids. Kathy, Mr. Lewis King, Dyson Dinosaur, Rockez, Sponge, and Dino Tinks. Phenomenal. Thank you, of course, to our beloved and stalwart moderators who keep this community a safe and welcoming one for people of all descriptions. Appreciate you more than you know, mods. And look forward to seeing everybody again on Monday. You all take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful weekend. Let's go see what Nerdowino's up to. All right. Take care, everybody.